Welcome, welcome, welcome! You're here with Kuma! Oh, we are back with the final Nier Automata reaction and meme stream. We got a big lineup today. We've downloaded everything you guys have put in the reaction thread, including 107 Nier Automata facts, game sins, everything wrong with Nier Automata. How Nier Automata tells the ultimate humanist fable. Did you know Nier Automata featuring Clems? Nier Automata English VA's accidental fan service. I'm actually looking forward to that one a lot. Nier Automata Weight of the World metal cover. Original Nier with the voices of 9S. Should your boyfriend play Nier Automata? Well, too late for that. And something in Russian. I believe this is the stage play of Nier Automata. It might actually be the original or the Yoha boys, I'm not sure which one. We'll sneak in the Final Fantasy VII Remake trailer, because reasons. Nier Automata be like, that should be interesting. And then Nier Automata review, the masterpiece you probably won't play, which we already did. So, you know, it is what it is. We've got a pretty big lineup as it is. This will probably last us 3 hours, might last us 4 hours, and then we're going to sneak in a game of Warcraft 3 with all the sponsors. Now, I just wanted to mention really quickly, and I've posted this on Twitter many times, but we will play Persona 5 on launch, so the donation goal is already set up to buy the game. We will play Resident Evil 3 Remake on launch. We will play Doom Eternal on launch. We will play The Last of Us Part 2 on launch. We will play Final Fantasy VII Remake on launch. RIP my annual leave for the year. Or my holiday leave is going to get used up playing video games, but who cares? So the donation goals are set up. They will be happening in sequential order. So as soon as Persona 5's donation goal gets finished, we're going to put on the Doom Eternal and the Resident Evil 3 remake and then everything like that. I think we've already hit the Final Fantasy VII donation goal a little while ago, so that's good. And we might have hit The Last of Us. I'll double check. But yeah, the donation goals are up. Hopefully we reach them in time, and then we just play on the launch weekend, and we see where we go from there. So, which one should we begin with first? I'm kind of tempted to begin with Clem's video, just because Clem's is awesome, or I'm kind of tempted to begin with the Final Fantasy VII remake because Final Fantasy VII. Now, a few of you can't stay because you haven't finished Nier Automata, so good luck with that, Christian. I hope you catch this replay when it gets edited out into separate videos, because he will get hit with copyright, unfortunately. It is the way of the world. A new Bioshock is in the works. Yeah, we're a little behind on that. Oh yeah, and I forgot Hive Swap and Hellblade. So, big year. Okay, let's be nice and begin with the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Get it out of the way, and then I'll edit it out as soon as this stream's over, because everyone's going to be killing me for it. So we'll be playing this on release. So let's grab our chairs and enjoy this. The new Final Fantasy VII trailer.
So, what did you want to talk about?
Wait a minute, I just noticed the screen's fucked. No one mentioned the screen's fucked. Okay, thanks guys. I just realized the screen's fucked. Guys, everything I've just shown on the screen hasn't been shown, because screen's fucked. Give me a sec. When the screen is like that, guys, it's not supposed to be. When I'm referencing something on the video and it's not on the screen, that's not how it's supposed to be. I was kind of referencing this. But it's okay. It's okay. Live and learn. All right, Final Fantasy VII trailer. Why would you think I saw it? That's a dangerous assumption to make. Never assume. Assumptions are very dangerous. Never assume. All right, Final Fantasy VII Remake trailer.
So, what did you want to talk about?
When spring comes, I'm leaving town. I'm going to Midgar. I'm going to be a soldier.
I've never seen him wear casual.
The best of the best. Like Sephiroth. Tell me, is it really you?
Are we on schedule?
Please, Mr. President, I am asking you to reconsider.
No, begging.
Director Twisty.
The stench of the director's cowardice fills the room yet again.
Mako supersaturation confirmed.
Engaging materia cooling to reduce temperature.
Madam Director, you have a meeting shortly.
Stop. Your timing is impeccably atrocious.
Oh dear, oh dear. A man of my refined taste running out of butter.
I think you are the butter.
Welcome to the Honeybee Inn, Cloud. True beauty is an expression of the heart. A thing without shame, to which notions of gender don't apply. Perfection.
Not a word.
Not even one?
No!
But you're so pretty.
Today's right to be is...
Today's?
Pathetic.
Huh? Which one of you said that? You got a mouth on you!
Well, aren't we having a wonderful time kicking the hornet's nest? You know what I want. A second dance. Just the two of us.
So what the hell is it?
A fascinating question.
Oh, did it just talk?
I am that which you see before you. Nothing more. A touching reunion.
Wow, he just got owned in 2 seconds flat.
Very good. And thus is the hypothesis proven correct. I can only hope you will continue not to disappoint.
He's getting tired of playing tag anyway.
Come on.
Avalanche ain't Buta or anybody, fucker.
We're here to rescue Aerith, remember? We don't need more attention than what we're gonna get.
Yeah, I hear you.
Wait, is that a Cubo?
I know these people, and I know they're never gonna let Aerith go. She's the last living ancient on the planet. Think about what that means to Shinra's scientists.
This is...
The source of everything. Genova.
I'll pretend I know what that means. All I see is a giant...
Suck on this!
The Shinra Electric Power Company isn't the real enemy. I promise you, there's a much bigger threat. I just want to do everything in my power to help. All of you. And the planet.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yep, it's on the schedule. March is gonna be jam-packed. March should definitely buy us dinner. The volume overpowering my voice. Unfortunately. Alright, let's put it on 3. I basically said that he was the butter and that all I see is a giant tentacle monster. So that's what I missed. I sort of put the volume now on -3. Not all videos have the same audio, so it's one of those things that I have to fix in post-edit. It looks really nice. The only thing that makes me nervous is when they say development footage shown, which basically means that might not be what the game looks like. I at the very least hope that all the pre-rendered cinematics and cutscenes like these ones are in the game. Otherwise, why? But it looks really nice. It looks really nice. And they only show for about 2-3 seconds that it's a turn-based game. And I know why. Because I know a lot of people will buy this, put it in, realize it's a turn-based game, and take the disc out. Because that's what I did with Final Fantasy 13. That will happen to a lot of people. I could see that happening to a lot of people. I'm sure when they put the disc back in like 6 months later and continue to play the whole game, they'll be pleasantly surprised. But for a lot of Western audiences, turn-based games, they're just like, what? So I could see the choice why they only showed the turn-based element a little bit. Because the game looks amazing. If it was a hack and slash, it would be amazing. The bit that looked like actual gameplay did look like a downgrade from the cinematics, which is completely fine. The one where it was climbing up the stairs, I believe, and the escalator, which is probably what you were referring to, looked perfectly fine. The graphics to me look like Resident Evil 2 remake, which, for me, personally, like, awesome. Go for it. As long as they don't downgrade from that, like, I'm 100% fine. As long as it's not downgraded. The original was turn-based, so people can't exactly complain. People will always complain. Without fail, people will complain. Do not underestimate people. They will complain without fail. I complained about Final Fantasy 13 being turn-based, and then I ended up loving it. So people will complain. It will happen. All right, now let's kick off Nier Automata. A few more people have now come on. We have someone on Mixer, Smoosh. We have someone on Twitch. And we have our peeps on YouTube, which is awesome. So we've got people on 3 domains. Nice. All right. Which one should we begin with first? Why don't we go with Clems? Let's start with Clems, and then we'll see which video next you guys want. Let's go with Clems. Did you know? Ah, Clems, you never disappoint. You never disappoint. All right, here we go. Nier, Did You Know Gaming, featuring Clems.
Did you know, Nier wasn't originally planned as a sequel to the cult classic Drakenguard and was meant to be its own series. According to Nier director Yoko Taro, the general concept of the original plot was that worlds of in-picture books actually exist. Heroes were charged with stopping villains that came from these fairy tales, which is why the main characters and villains within Nier took names from classic fairy tales. This core concept was instead used in the mobile game Sinnoh Alice, which was also directed by Taro. The Japanese version of the original Nier is titled Nier Gestalt and was published alongside a second version of the game titled Nier Replicant. Unlike in the West, Japan had a different version for each console, with Gestalt appearing on the Xbox 360 and Replicant on the PlayStation 3. In the Japan-only Replicant version, the main character is a young man looking after his sick sister, whereas in Gestalt, it's an older man looking after his sick daughter. Gestalt was brought to the West because the game's publishers, Square Enix, didn't think a Western audience would be okay with a handsome pretty boy protagonist, and Replicant was for a more Japanese audience. Apparently it was a last-minute decision to keep Replicant at all. The American branch of Square Enix was perfectly happy with just Gestalt and wondered if making Replicant would be a waste of time. Both the producer and director stuck to their guns, however, and decided to release both Replicant and Gestalt at the same time. Replicant and Gestalt for Japan, and Gestalt exclusively for the West. Within the Nier universe, there exists a disease called the Black Scrawl that is slowly spreading through the population of Earth. The reason this disease is called a scrawl is because black text will slowly start to engulf the victim's body. The symbols this black text uses is from the Celestial alphabet, featured in Nier and Drakengard. What's even more interesting is that some Celestial letters on the Black Scrawl can be made out. A, C, G, and T can all be seen. These seem to stand for adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine, which are all found within DNA. This is meant to symbolize how their internal DNA structure is failing them. The worlds of Drakengard and Nier are clearly connected, and this connection can also be found in a less obvious place, such as the two twins, Deviler and Popola. These two songstresses play a vital part in the story, however their names originated from Drakengard, in the form of a weapon named Deviler Popola, or at least that's what it was called in the Japanese version. It would later be renamed to Skald Song in the Western release. The idea of sexuality and gender is very important to many of the characters found within Nier. For example, it's easy to miss the fact that Emil, a character who would later turn into the mascot for the series, is homosexual. This is because the game doesn't outright say it, and was only later confirmed in an interview. Taro's mindset behind making Emil gay wasn't for credit or for praise, it was because that was just who Emil was. The same can be said for Kaine, but this has less to do with her sexuality and more so with her anatomy. The game drops very subtle hints throughout that Kaine has been ostracized for having a strange body. When Taro and his co-writer Sawako Notori were pressed in an interview for the book Grimoire Nier, it was confirmed that Kaine is a hermaphrodite. Taro stated, "To me, Kaine being a hermaphrodite wasn't really a point of importance. Since people like that do exist in reality, we just don't know about them. I was actually surprised that it garnered so much attention after the game was released." At a game developers conference panel in 2014, Taro also mentioned that the game's events were largely inspired by the World Trade Center disaster. When questioned about his writing process for creating transgressive stories with taboo subjects, Taro also said, "The world is filled with lies and desires in the first place, but I feel like it has a tendency to hide and forbid taboo taboos. We write about the love between a man and a woman and family, but we can't write about sex. There are stories about beauty and growth, but not about aging and perishing. I think that those are lies, and I'm not good at writing lies. I just want to be honest to myself.
Wow. Wow.
The most recent entry in the franchise, Nier Automata, is a sequel to Nier and Drakenguard by proxy. While it shares the Nier name, it was developed as an entirely standalone game with nods to the original Nier. Yoko Taro has always tried to avoid treading old ground, which is why his titles are drastically different from one another. This is also why finding connections to the original Nier can be difficult to find within Automata. However, there's one cutscene later into the game that describes the machines finding themselves a god which erupts from a volcano. This is one of the more subtle references to the first game, and references the Nier boss P-33, otherwise known as BP. This was confirmed in an interview with Taro, stating in order to find out what this god was, you'd have to read the short story Fires of Prometheus. In this short story, it turns out a boss the player fought and seemingly destroyed survived, and began to make its way to the surface. Along the way, it merged with multiple other sentient beings intrigued by the idea of free will, forming a collective consciousness, and no longer referring to itself as I, but we. When the P-33 hive mind erupted from underground, it happened upon a war between androids and machines, giving the battling forces a message. That emotion is the meaning of life. Taro has also stated that there was so much backlash and angry internet posts after the events of Drakenguard's E ending, which was essentially a gag ending, that he locked himself in a locker to cope with the stress. Maybe Yoko will drag himself to the locker again became a common catchphrase in the workplace due to the love-hate relationship Taro has with his fanbase. Nier Automata has multiple endings as well, one of which lets the player delete their save data in order to make the final boss easier for another player. This was inspired by when Taro first played Dragon Quest as a young boy. He was shifting the cartridge around and his save data was lost. Whilst he was shocked, his parents didn't share the same sentiment, as they couldn't understand why this was such a big deal. This feeling of loss that Taro experienced as a child for a game he spent so much time in was a feeling he wanted the player to experience as well. Before Nier Automata was released, there was a lot of buzz around the central character, 2B, and her extremely detailed buttocks.
Imagine describing this to the art crew. This is what I want. This is what you want in your game, or this is what you want on your Sunday night when your wife's not around? Both. I should have just said yes.
Not only has it been stated that Yoko jokingly threatened he'd fire all of the modelling team if he didn't make it absolutely perfect.
So Japanese. If her ass is not perfect, you're all fired.
But he went onto Twitter and asked people to send him all of the images of 2B's rear they could find. Sure enough, someone delivered. Taro finalized this minor piece of controversy with this tweet. When I said that I wanted people to gather images of 2B and put them in a zip file for me, the tweet got all kinds of exposure. Now people are actually collecting them. The internet is amazing.
Wow. No wonder he lives in the office. His wife must be trying to kill him every day.
And if you want more facts, check out the Did You Know Gaming video on Persona. If you like this video, give it a like and consider subscribing to the channel. And if you want to find out what I'm doing, go onto the YouTube channel youtube.com/MrClems. And just Mr. Clems on Twitter. I analyze and review JRPGs such as Nier and Drakenguard. Thank you all for watching.
See, when I said that Japanese thing about, like, the joke about 2B and her thighs and how, you know, it might be a hooker that they're ordering for him, like, I said that as a joke thinking I'd be the funny guy, but then they followed up with something Yoko Taro actually did, which was actually funnier than my joke. Then it makes it seem like my joke could have probably happened, and it's just another day at Square Enix, to be honest. Yoko Taro, you fucking crazy bastard. The one thing that really hit me was, and I keep mentioning this time and time again, about 2-3 years ago, I went to the anime festival, and Yoko Taro was there. He was wearing his Emil mask. He was, you know, on the Q&A panel, and at that anime festival, it was at this massive grounds that they effectively use for, you know, like, you could fit 10,000 people in it. And at the grounds, you basically had 2Bs and 9Ss and A2s everywhere. Now imagine me who has never played Nier Automata at that time going, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm just looking around. You know, usually when you think people are cosplaying, you've got like a mix. You know, you have the classics, you have Evangelion, you have Code Geass. You could tell I haven't watched anime in a little while, and I really should. There's a mix. This year, no. It was like 80% Nier Automata. I'm talking like 200, 300 2Bs walking around. And I'm not talking about easy, cheap, bought off the internet cosplays. I'm talking like high effort, custom stitched costumes here. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, I go inside, I look to the left, and there's basically like massive crowds. There's some people sitting, but there's massive crowds. And then there's this guy wearing this massive circle gray thing on his head. And I'm just like, eh? And I'm like, you're all nuts, right? And that is pretty much the time I saw Yoko Taro. And then, you know, then I heard, oh yeah, that's Nier Automata, and then I saw the title, and I saw the screen, and I'm like, wow, it's like one of those hentai games, obviously, because, you know, you just take a look at it and you think it's a porn game, obviously. Anyway, long story short, I played it, and then we go to Twitter, and then, you know, while we're playing Nier Automata Route C, and we basically tweet, like, we played Route C, we're finally beginning to see, you know, why there's so much hype around this game. And then I sort of just in a line or two basically said that story that I saw Yoko Taro back in 2016, 2017 in Sydney. And my only regret is that I didn't know about Nier Automata at the time. And hopefully one day I can meet him again. And then fucking Yoko Taro just follows us. I'm just like, okay, cool. So I'm sort of thinking, next time I go to Japan, do I just walk up to Square Enix offices with my Twitter and be like, Yoko Taro follows me, can I meet him? Like, how does this work? At what point does it become weird? You know, do I just rock up? I'll probably do that. Alright, what should we go with next? I'm thinking original Nier with the voices of 9S. This might actually be fun. Whoa, this is a 2-hour video. Alright, maybe let's go to the main bits.
Hey, check me out. All fuzzy and fun. This camera is not in focus! I've been going to that one for casts. It takes very little effort for me to kill things, because I'm overpowered.
This...
Take a look before we move on. To the water on level 1. Okay, so down here, down in this area where I
Wait, he actually
past,
streamed?
like 7 times. I couldn't do the buses myself without a guide. I did manage them. It just took me a little while. Still.
God, I kind of wish this was bigger. Like, look how small it is. But then again, who am I to say? My one used to be tiny.
Oh, wait.
Sacrifice, the law of robotics.
Oh, there's the voice.
The memory tree, loyal Cerberus. The law of robotics probably refers to the junk heap. And the memory tree might be the forest of myth. But as for sacrifice and loyal Cerberus, I don't have a clue.
No problem.
Huh?
If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big
What?
monster we
Why
find.
does it say 9s?
Right?
Oh,
spray alloy.
No.
You could basically see how the game's aged over time. I wouldn't mind a remake. I wouldn't mind playing a remake.
Example of humanity. What you actually sound like in the final recording.
I love that the VA is actually just a giant fanboy. He's got all the posters. That looks like Fate. I don't know if that's Stay Night. I'm gonna have to watch that because, you know, everyone on Patreon's like, watch it so you can watch the abridged, so we will. He's got like he's got the sword. I don't want to say 2B sword because people will get ticked off at me. He's got a bunch of artwork. He's got a bunch of pins. You can just tell he's a fanboy. He's got a Dalek. Like, he's a fanboy. I find that cool. I find that cool that the person actually voicing a character is a proper fanboy. That's why he is never referred by his name in a voice line. Oh, so you can put your name in there. You can name the main character. Well, I'll name myself Kuma69, because reasons. Ah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm sorry, we just can't watch a 2.5-hour stream of someone else playing Nier. That's just sort of like, should your boyfriend play Nier Automata? Girlfriend reviews. Now, I've heard some things on Twitter. I don't know whether or not I should believe them about girlfriend review. And apparently she doesn't actually play the games she reviews. Apparently her boyfriend just tells her about them, which isn't a fair review. But let's walk into this with a clean slate and just be like, let's pretend we didn't read that on Twitter and just, you know, come in with a clean slate and give benefit of the doubt, because you can't always believe whatever's written on the internet. So let's watch Should Your Boyfriend Play Nier Automata by Girlfriend Review.
From the studio that brought you Secretary with Guns comes a new adventure starring French maid with swords. From the publishers that sold you Kingdom Hearts 3,
Hearts.
comes a game actually worth buying. Nier Automata has become our most requested.
Okay, we gotta sort this out now. Is it Nier Automata or is it Nier Automata? Because I read it as auto, you know, like automatic car, mata. Because if you read it automata, where do you get the automata from? Like, who pronounces automatic as what? Like, how do you do that? You're all weird. You know what game does have good commentary on androids and what it means to be human? Nier Automata. See, you know what? Automata, deal with it.
Game, especially after we said that Detroit Become MLK2 Electric Boogaloo failed to examine artificial intelligence in a way that would require David Cage to use regular intelligence.
Boom. Roasted.
And I gotta say, you guys were right. Nier Automata is probably the best backseat gaming experience I've had all year. If you haven't played this game yet, don't worry. There will be a spoiler warning before I analyze the plot. Until then, these are some of the things you might consider a spoiler in this review. But this isn't a review of Nier Automata. This is a review of what it's like to question existence and free will. This is a review of what it's like to live with someone who plays Nier Automata. I went into this game blinder than the main character.
How does she see?
The only thing I knew was there's an ending for each letter of the alphabet, and the true ending is letter E. If you're wondering who told me that, the answer is...
Everyone! Leon the Professional, watch it!
Endings F through Z are actually just game over screens. Sometimes we'd get one on accident, like by going the wrong way.
By we, do you mean he?
Mountain too high? We just got ending H, okay.
We did it.
Sometimes my boyfriend would get one for being an idiot, like by removing his Android's operating system.
Oh, okay.
Do we have to start over? Most of the time, though, we got them simply because they're fun to discover. And seeing the screen fade to black after we ate a mackerel or something had us like...
What's the letter? What's the letter? What's the letter? What's the letter?
The letter of the day.
My god, they must have to like fight copyright so much.
But rest assured, Nier fans, we heard your prayers, and after 25 hours we reached ending E, meaning we're legally allowed to make this video.
Only 25 hours? What, were you rushing the game?
Nier Automata integrates multiple genres into its gameplay, drawing obvious comparisons to Family Party, 90 Great Games Party Pack for Nintendo Wii. It's got open-world exploration, RPG character progression, run-and-gun beat-em-up side-scrolling, third-person hack-and-slash action, 2D Mortal Kombat fights, and bullet hell of the vertical, horizontal,
Is that why
and
she's not allowed to play the
variety.
game?
So
She's under
basically,
15?
it's Breath of the Witcher, Contra May Cry fighting asteroids, and it's awesome. It sounds risky combining 90s arcade action with such a deep, emotionally driven narrative, but they nailed it harder than they nailed 9S to this wall.
Why does 9S dress like a pirate?
That's what you're worried about right now? Although, during our playthrough of Route B, my boyfriend preferred hacking over slashing. And putting this in my eyeballs for 10 hours straight made falling asleep that night a psychedelic nightmare. The only only real complaint I have about the gameplay is straight out of my Dead Cells review. Lots of times my boyfriend would laugh and say, "Whoa, did you see that?" And I'd be like, well, my eyes were open and pointed at the TV, but the only way I can describe what I saw is diarrhea Christmas lights, so no. This game has such bad diarrhea Christmas lights. Like, if Nier Automata was at a party, it would be a go-home situation. Sometimes even my boyfriend wasn't sure if he was winning or not.
The only reason why I'm a little bit against backseat gaming in this context when it comes to reviewing a game is by not playing it yourself, you never actually go through the mechanics of a fight. While it can look visually stunning, you can do anything a number of ways. So you kind of miss one element of it, but at the same time, your eyes might be looking all over the place. Whereas if you're playing the game, your eyes are pretty much always fixated on the character. So, you know, you coordinate the character to dodge things and attack things. So you're not actually seeing what the player sees all the time. It's easier to get distracted and zone in and out. That's the thing. Yeah.
Mode. Wow, Super Saiyan. Oh no! Well, that didn't work out so good.
Wow, what the heck am I looking at?
Berserker mode was so cool!
And for having so much diarrhea on the screen, you'd think some of the bullet hell sections would be more exciting to watch. You're in a good spot.
I'm in a really good spot.
Not getting hit by any of those tomatoes.
This is why it's called Nier Automata.
Because you're just near it.
So they fire tomatoes at me. Wow, I literally did nothing.
You didn't move at all. But don't judge a game by its tomatoes. The visual beauty outside of combat often gave us pause.
Ooh, look at this place, baby. Wow!
Whoa, balloons! This is what my boyfriend calls a Martin Scorsese moment because he feels the urge to stop and look around like it's a movie.
Let's Martin Scorsese. Ready? Mm-hmm. Martin Scorsese. Oh, God!
My favorite part of the game, though, and probably favorite part of any game on Girlfriend Reviews so far, is the music. And the cute robots. And when the
music in Nier Automata definitely gets a 5 out of 5. Fucking amazing. I've listened to the soundtrack countless times. When driving, when in the gym, when walking. I don't think she's necessarily hating on it. I think it's her style of speech. Sometimes it comes across as sarcastic. And people might think she's hating. I don't think she's legitimately hating. I just think it can be interpreted as being overly snarky. Because sometimes people go like, whoa! And you think they're being sarcastic. But they may legitimately be going, whoa. But that's just the way they go, whoa. So, I don't think she's hating on it. Personally. I just think it's coming across that way.
Cute robots do the music, it makes me want to cry.
Like that, you know what I mean?
Oh. Stop. Are you kidding me with that, kid? The 3.5 hours of tracks composed for Nier Automata never fail to capture the essence of the environment or be absolute bangers in their own right. Every time my boyfriend went to the amusement park, I'd turn up the TV like,
lady, we get it. You have a boyfriend. Just go on with the video. We're not trying to hit on you. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, I have a boyfriend. We get it. It's called Girlfriend Review. Like, seriously.
Some of the songs are simultaneously connected to the narrative and gameplay in ways that gave me the goosies, like this fabulous boss battle with a mechanical opera singer.
Why am I fighting a level 15 boss at level 2?
As she sings a beautiful song, she also performs a deadly dance with her attacks. Projectiles leap when bells chime. Lasers spin at the first crescendo.
So she's
and the
familiar
player
with music.
must learn the steps, becoming her partner in a dance to the death. But what makes the music of Nier Automata truly unforgettable is the plot it accompanies, the tragic journey of our heroes, the heart-wrenching innocence of the friends we made, and the somber history of our abandoned home. Here come the spoilers, folks. If you think you might play this game, you really don't want my stupid video to ruin it. This game made me cry, you guys. Don't let the sexy android thongs fool you.
Wow. Sexy.
There is an emotionally complex and philosophically rich narrative in this triumphant piece of software, which coincidentally is about complex emotions and philosophy evolving in software. In fact, it's so full of references to great thinkers and their schools of thought that, I'll be honest, you'd probably have a better conversation about this game with your local doctor of philosophy.
Welcome to Baskin Robbins. Would you like to try our mango fruit blast?
But I'll do my best, so here we go. The game starts with a pretty spooky quote from 2B, the first playable character.
We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
And apparently, my boyfriend thought God was this moose. A moose!
I'm gonna kill it.
No, baby! But what I think
That
is
moose
that
will
for
kick
2B
your ass.
and all android life, God is their creators, the humans who have been exiled to the moon. And that would make the machines God the aliens. So both sides of the war are fighting for an invisible creator in the sky, which is a tale as old as time. However, during Route A, many of the machines you meet have forsaken their God and put down their weapons in favor of peace and sexy time. They're doing sex.
They're boning.
Look at that one! Cunnilingus! Let's take them out. Oh my god! Oh!
Whoa!
Their human-like emotions were thought to be impossible, so perhaps it's an alien trick. But then you find out from Nero and Dante that the aliens were dead the whole time, like Bruce Willis.
Nero and Dante.
So, the machines really
You get a
were
point for that
practicing
one.
free will. And to make you feel extra bad about killing them, Route B starts you out as a cute robot who misses his brother.
I'm a robot.
Adventures of Bucket Boy.
Oh!
Then you have to play the whole story again as 9S.
This is my new workout, guys.
Who can look into their sad, tormented souls and show you how they're just misunderstood homies trying to find meaning in a godless universe. This drives some of them a little cray-cray and they drink the Kool-Aid. Oh god! Oh, I don't like
My
this
XP!
Become as gods.
Wow, that's harsh.
But guess what? The humans were dead the whole time too! Again, like Bruce Willis. The Yorha military organization has been lying to you, dog, because without humans to fight for, you have no other purpose. And now you have to find meaning in a godless universe. That's called nihilism, bro. Or is it? I don't know. I never worked at Baskin Robbins. Now that you're super depressed about life having no purpose, how about some dead kids?
I fear for the children. Let us hurry to them.
Oh no. Somebody got in there and all the kids are dead.
Uh-oh. Let's just not go in.
Go! Listen to me. Listen to me. If something sad happens right now, do not ruin the moment.
Wow, look at this scene. Let's get a Martin Scorsese.
But guess what? M. Night Shyamalan has one more twist. In the final battle, A2 reveals to 9S that 2B is actually 2E, as in E for Executioner. Her purpose is to kill 9S every time he learns the secret about humanity, and she's done it hundreds of times. Dude, that's the never-ending spiral. I get it. Whoa. Then, in the best credit sequence of all time, you get to take your anger out on the nihilistic a-holes who made this depressing game.
Square Enix, come here, you. Why'd you make Kingdom Hearts 3 so crappy? Ow! Final Fantasy VII Remake better be good, you jerk!
But their diarrhea Christmas lights are too strong, so the save files of other players come to your rescue, and together, you carry the weight of the world. Oh, yeah!
Other players, it's supposed to be one person.
Look at music.
They added more choir, it's like everyone's singing with me.
Oh god, I'm gonna cry. And finally, the game breaks the fourth wall to present you with a difficult decision. This decision actualizes the same inner conflict that every cute little robot, every sexy android, and every human has experienced. What is the meaning of your life? Will you keep your game save, rendering the hours you spent playing meaningless, but for your own self-indulgence and pride? Or will you sacrifice your game save for the greater good, to aid another person you'll never meet in a thankless act of meaningful love? We chose to sacrifice our game save, but also left kind of a mean message for whoever deletes it. Don't, baby, don't make it sad.
Have you realized how weak you are? Basically, put your back into it, you.
The end.
I wish that some way, somehow, that I could save every one of us. But the truth is that I'm only one girl. La 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 la.
VAs of 2B and 9S also uploaded their data into the game to help you out. But you gotta question this. The first person to complete the game when there was no data uploaded. How the fuck did they do it? It was probably some Russian guy. After I read the lore from Nier and Drakenguard, I get a brain switch flip. Like, no matter what you choose, you're fucked. And it's nobody and everybody's fault. And the fact that someone used a chaos language to sign in 3 games. And then someone's like, are you hating on her for having a boyfriend? No, that was a joke. And there were testers, obviously. On the live edition? I don't know. So I sort of get what they mean by the fact that she doesn't play the game. But at least it's one step up from being told about the game as to actually just observing the game, you know, semi-consciously. But I still say it's better to play the game rather than just, like, backseat game. It was definitely Yoko Taro himself. It would have been pretty cool that if the first person to complete the game, Yoko Taro just comes in and saves them. Alright, so someone mentioned the ultimate humanist fable, so let's go for that. How Nier Automata tells the ultimate humanist fable. Speaking of fables, The Wolf Among Us 2 is going to get some stuff. Valkyrie Valkyrie Aura had some interesting videos about the game. Well, no one posted them on the reaction thread. And I was telling people post them. They're not here. And this is not loading for some reason. Piece of crap. So, they're not here. So they're not in the folder, obviously. Alright, how Nier Automata tells the ultimate humanist fable. I can't spend days browsing the internet looking for videos. That's why I ask people. Ooh, 45 minutes. Alright, get your butts ready. This is going to be a big one. Content warning, violence, gore, depression, suicide, total spoilers. Didn't you see some of them? I saw Super Butterbun's Nier Automata for beginners. I didn't watch any of the other girls' videos. Valkyrie Aura. Alright, here we go. Ultimate Humanist Fable. If you want me to react to them, just put them in here. Put them in the reaction request. Because I can't spend 30 minutes browsing for videos. Alright, here we go. Nier Automata. How Nier Automata tells the ultimate humanist fable. We've said that like 7 times.
These days, it's easy to feel like life has become a never-ending fight for survival. Wake up, go to work, hate life, come home, take the edge off, rinse, repeat. The cycle never ends. So when the crushing pointlessness of this grind gets you down, it's only natural to want to indulge in some kind of coping mechanism. It's one of the many reasons I like video games so much, and if you're watching this video, I bet you feel the same way. This creates an interesting contradiction. In one context, rote, day-to-day repetition can be a source of anxiety, depression, and hopelessness. But when we change the context to video games, these repetitive mechanical acts can have an entirely different effect on how you perceive the world. By changing our perception of reality, games have the power to help us find joy and purpose in even the most unexpected places.
Damn it, Sans.
And yet it's still relatively rare to see a game use their mechanical foundation, the combination of interactivity and repetitive action, to deliver an explicit message to the player. Which is why Nier Automata is one of the most meaningful and moving games I've ever played. This game has already gotten lots of praise and even more analysis and critique, but 18 months after release, I still haven't seen anyone fully explain just what makes this game so special. So, here I am. I'm Michael Saba, and I produce video essays about the transformative potential of games, movies, and pop.
6,000? Get your butts over in there and subscribe. 6,000. For a 60,000 view video. No, that is bullshit. This guy deserves more. Well, he's got 39 now, but he's getting an extra one. Here's his link. It's in the chat. Middle click, new tab, give it... So this video gets 400,000 views. And what? Like 10% of the people subscribe? And he's getting fucked by copyright. Of course he does. You know what? Fuck it. I'm leaving him a nice comment. He deserves it. Wanted to pop in and say hi. You definitely deserve more subs than you have. That doesn't sound very meaningful. Let's finish watching the video and then give him something more meaningful.
Culture, a series I call Dreaming in Neon. Come with me if you want to live, because this is a story about the joy of being alive. A story that could only be told by a video game.
Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? I often think about the God who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
His name is Enzoth.
It might sound silly to think that a video game like Nier Automata has anything profound to say about these big-picture questions of existence. This is an over-the-top spectacle action game starring sexy Harajuku goth ninjas, equal parts pitch-black humor and hyper-violent ballet. Calling the game's tone uneven is being charitable. Now, if you're as overly familiar with Japanese pop culture as I am, then these wild juxtapositions in tone might not seem so strange. But Nier Automata takes it to an extreme.
I don't know, he could just say Sasuke and it would just fit. Of course he's playing the subversion.
These different tonal elements clash so hard that this game just shouldn't work. And yet, when you scratch beneath the surface and engage with Nier Automata's story, themes, and systems, a more complicated picture emerges. The game invokes and then subverts philosophical concepts drawn from 3,000 years of human history, both Eastern and Western. Nier Automata's story repeatedly references famous philosophers and schools of thought, and then takes them to their logical conclusion and deconstructs them, using the game's far-future sci-fi setting. The question, what if robots were like humans, has been asked in fiction many times already, and Nier Automata has no interest in beating this dead horse. This game is far more interested in using its sci-fi premise to interrogate exactly what makes us human in the first place, our ideals and values, and consciousness itself. The game's themes ask a difficult question that has no easy answer. Can we ever resolve the big questions about the meaning of life, or are we just clinging to superstitions that provide structure to a meaningless existence? And most importantly, Nier fully understands and celebrates how its unique perspective can only be expressed in one medium: video games. Nier Automata is set on Earth, but in the far-future wasteland of 11,945 AD during the 14th Machine War. These are big, impressive numbers that might make you think there's tons of lore and history here, but they're barely explained or given context. The year 11,945 is one of the game's handful of oblique references to World War II, but these dates are otherwise completely arbitrary, which drives home the mythic and near-religious nature of this long-running conflict. Nier Automata presents us with a world filled with artificial beings, where a mysterious plague and invasion of alien machines have wiped humanity from the Earth. The last remnants of human civilization are gone, fled to a hidden base on the moon. To beat back the invasion, humanity deploys Yorha, an army of advanced combat androids who wage an unending war against the alien machines. The machines are blocky rust buckets that recall vintage 1950s sci-fi films. On the other side, the sleek, elegant, and attractive androids are built in humanity's image. They're seemingly identical to their parents, with a single shared reason for existence that also serves as their rallying cry: glory to mankind.
I know everyone has the whole sub versus dub thing, but can we just appreciate for a second that Nier Automata's dub is really good? It's kind of a shame not to give it a try.
The war between androids and machines raged for thousands of years, eventually grinding to a stalemate, with both factions locked in an endless back-and-forth struggle. The humans who created the androids, and the aliens who built the machines, are all conspicuously absent from this conflict, while their children fight an eternal proxy war on behalf of their creators.
Yep, sounds
in Nier
like
Automata,
humanity.
life itself has become artificial. Now, before we dive much further into this analysis, we first need to talk about Yoko Taro. Taro is that ultimate rarity in the world of video games, an auteur. He's a creator with a distinct vision that's always front and center in his work, starting with his very first game, 2003's
Should I be worried
Drakenguard,
about
or
meeting him
Dragon
one day?
Dragoon in Japan. Taro has dark sensibilities. His games deal with very grim themes like genocide, emotional and physical abuse, religious fundamentalism, and characters who, despite their innate goodness or efforts at redemption, almost always suffer unhappy and bitter endings.
Wow, so slov.
But this heavy subject matter is the furthest thing from being edgy for edgy's sake. These themes are always used in service to a larger point. When so much of our gaming entertainment revolves around pointless destruction and the ruthless killing of hundreds or thousands of opponents, is a stereotypical happy ending appropriate, or what we really deserve? This is a question worth asking.
Alright, I'm just gonna stop it right there. I see Mr. Liquid Snake. He's an MGS fan. That's all that needs to be said. That and the fact that Zero, when she was slaughtering thousands of people, oh my god. I'll take 3.
And very few games seem to find time for it.
Why did you come here? Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy all the killing. That's why.
Taro's games often ask us to be sympathetic to villains that are every bit as flawed and complicated as the heroes, driving home the senselessness of the slaughter that the player is committing. His games are like lovingly crafted cult classic B-movies. They rarely sell blockbuster numbers, and they're always a little rough around the edges, but there's an undeniable level of thoughtfulness and artistry that went into their creation. And for his part, Taro is humble and self-deprecating, and even seems a little uncomfortable with the notion that he's any kind of auteurist figurehead. He rarely appears in public without his trademark mask, a rounded skull with a rictus grin.
He just broke
He's the kind
it!
of guy who even does interviews entirely via sock puppet. In his 2014 GDC talk, Making Weird Games for Weird People, Taro actively pushes back against the notion that game stories have to be told in the traditional Hollywood style of a 3-act arc with rising and falling tension. Instead, he approaches the writing and development process by asking how best to evoke emotions in the player and move them on an unconscious, even spiritual level.
Players will play the game and hopefully feel something, an emotion. I design games and write stories, but my goal is to cause an emotional stir inside the player's brain. So, the fundamental goal isn't inside the game sitting in the middle. It's the event that occurs inside the player's brain. This is the goal we must consider most important.
Someone needs to just, from Square Enix, well, actually from Sony. Someone from Sony needs to get their butts over to, Square Enix, kidnap Yoko Taro, and then someone needs to head over to Kojima's studio, grab him, and lock these two in, a Japanese barbecue place with an unlimited amount of whiskey and booze, and then just be like, you guys are not leaving until we have a new video game concept. Because that shit would be epic. Because they're both, very Japanese in their style. I think that crossover mixture would just be insane.
His games don't try to tell an easily understood story that can be transcribed onto a wiki page and then neatly strung together in a lore synopsis video. Trying to analyze Taro's games purely through their stories and lore actually makes them more difficult to understand and ultimately more unsatisfying to play. This isn't my interpretation or extrapolation. Taro himself has said that the moment-to-moment plot details of his games are basically nonsense, and that his games are not written in the usual linear fashion. Instead, Taro approaches a story with the main theme or emotional message he wants to deliver, and then works backward from there, filling in the blanks as he goes. This is especially apparent with Nier Automata, and it's why most of the analysis I've seen of this game so far has pretty much missed the mark. If you only focus on the story or lore, it's easy to lose sight of the bigger themes and ultimately the message the game is trying to express to the player.
自分で決めるんだな。これからどうするか。
Taro is not trying to sell you the latest update to a product you've already bought before. He's a game maker who wants to directly address you, the player in front of the screen. And toying with and subverting the expectations of that audience is one of Taro's main storytelling devices. Taro's vision as a game director had been constrained to mostly small to medium budget projects for the better part of 2 decades. Then, by some miracle, Square Enix gave the green light to a big budget, far future sci-fi sequel to the PS3 game Nier, which was itself a spin-off of the original Drakenguard series. The sequel would be directed by Taro and developed by Platinum Games, a studio founded by former Capcom devs who have an impeccable pedigree when it comes to stylish action.
Well, that fucking
games.
explains the combat.
The stage was set, and the right pieces were in place for something amazing to happen.
It's basically the DMC dev team. That explains the combat a lot, actually.
Before Nier Automata even begins, it breaks the fourth wall and addresses you, the player. During the installation screen, you're prompted to choose a response to a handful of questions, with each new question asking you to further interrogate your last response.
Did I? Did we do
From its
that?
opening moments, the game is asking the player to confront its central theme, the struggle to find meaning in existence. And once you answer this handful of questions, the prompts return to the beginning and repeat until the installation is complete.
In a never-ending spiral of life and death.
It suggests a certain futility in ever finding a definitive answer to the meaning of existence. No matter how certain you are in your belief system, there's always another question, another angle, that might make you reconsider. When the main characters, Yorha androids 2B and 9S, arrive on Earth at the start of the game, the player soon finds that the so-called 14th Machine War is nothing like the epic struggle established in the intro. Each quest or cutscene reveals a new twist. Androids are deserting their posts left and right, falling in love with each other, getting high on synthetic stimulants, and learning how to cook. Meanwhile, the machines appear to have gained a limited form of sentience and are imitating the social behavior of Earth's former human inhabitants.
You guys call this a war? You guys obviously haven't been to the Balkans. When we say war, we mean fucking war.
Becoming more and more like the advanced androids in the process. As the game progresses, the story gains context and weight from these small, humanizing moments. And like the plot, the gameplay also functions as a mosaic of smaller details forming a bigger picture. Nier constantly switches between different mechanics and perspectives. There's the main third-person slash-em-up gameplay, sequences that play like a top-down twin-stick shooter, side-scroll platforming sections, vertical and horizontal shmup levels, and even a text adventure. The game's story also changes from one playthrough to the next.
By the way, the text adventure that we had in Route C when we find out Anna Monet's past, freaking amazing. Highly recommend it if you haven't seen it, watch it, the Route C video.
After completing your first run of the game as the character 2B, you start a second playthrough as a new character, 9S. And once you're finished with the second playthrough, you'll start the third as A2. This cycle of repetition provides the player with not only different combat mechanics, but also a new point of view and perspective on the game's plot. Fresh exposition and plot details offer new context and new interpretations for a story you thought you already understood. Enemies who seemed crazy or psychopathic in one playthrough are revealed to be perfectly understandable and even sympathetic the next time around. The experience drives home that this is an artificial world where nothing has a fixed meaning, and nothing is what it seems. No matter what kind of preconceived notions you have about this game and its over-the-top, melodramatic anime narrative, Nier will subvert those expectations and turn them on their head. As the story unfolds, 2B and 9S discover that small groups of machines have begun to assume a crude form of consciousness, imitating past human societies and forming their own small pockets of civilization. And among each of these machine collectives are unique robots that have inherited the names and beliefs of famous philosophers from throughout human history. The game is both critical and subversive of these different theorists and their ideas, and it doesn't try to hide it. Whether they're an NPC, a boss fight, or a quest giver, these philosophers are obstacles to be overcome, and they almost always come to an unhappy end. So if we're going to deconstruct this game properly, we first need to take a step back and look at the whole of the work, and the sum of the different ideas it's trying to express. The, Gestalt.
Boo!
I don't even know what Gestalt means, but something that came to mind, and I didn't want to pause it, was they were talking about different themes and ideas and whatnot, and this was something that I was thinking of on the drive back home from Melbourne. The only constant is actually change. You can't hold on to anything. Meaning that you can't so much hold on to a single idea or point of view. The world is constantly changing. It's all these different factors that you can't control, basically just meshing with each other, which means whether it's this planet, whether it's this universe, whether it's this time, nothing will remain constant. Not even the languages that are present on the planet, not even the technology, not even the resources, not even the animals. So you can't hold to a single idea and expect it to survive forever. We've seen that a lot with religion, where over the past thousands of years, religions have changed, societies have changed, thoughts of thinking and schools of thinking have changed. Yeah, they've been inspired by the past. There's references to the past. They've been impacted from the past, but they're not the same. It's the same, with us or even the androids and stuff. Like, yeah, their belief system, it has to change. It can't remain a constant. The constant will not survive. The world is constantly changing. So the only constant is change. That's the thing. And so all these philosophers holding to a single idea, it doesn't work. It may work in that instant, but over the course of time, it'll fall apart. It's simply the way the world works. Tried to save myself, but myself keeps slipping away. Ooh.
In one of the very first quests in the game, you're asked to fetch spare parts for an android shopkeeper who can't leave his post due to a broken leg. After completing the quest, 9S and 2B ask the shopkeeper why he still hasn't replaced his leg, especially now that he's been supplied with plenty of fresh components. He responds with his own question. Over many years and even more battles, he's replaced every single part in his body, except for his still broken leg. If he replaces this last, original part of himself, does he really exist anymore? Or has he become a different and entirely new person? This is a famous philosophical riddle known as the Ship of Theseus paradox. It originated in ancient 1st century Athens when the historian Plutarch posed this question. The Ship of Theseus, from Greek mythology, is on display in a museum. As the pieces of the ship are repaired and replaced down through the years, is it still the same ship after every original part has been swapped out? Plutarch didn't know it at the time, but his paradox is also relevant to human biology. Like the Ship of Theseus, the cells in the human body continuously die off and regenerate. If you're 30, there are no original cells left in your body from when you were 10. So if there's nothing left of you from 20 years ago, are you really still the same person you were at age 10? For our robot shopkeeper, the prospect is scary enough that he refuses to fix his broken leg, forcing him to spend the rest of his days squatting in the resistance camp. The Ship of Theseus is a paradox that strikes at the very heart of existence, and it's no coincidence that it's the theme of one of the first quests in Nier Automata. The game is foregrounding these ideas for the audience, planting seeds, and inviting you to pay attention to the deeper message.
Oh my god. Bloody Paul.
Simone de Beauvoir was a 20th century French theorist who wrote The Second Sex, which is considered to be both an important philosophical text in its own right and one of the first major works of 20th century second wave feminism. In it, de Beauvoir theorized that the female gender, the notion that women are somehow innately separate to or different from men is not an objective fact of nature. Rather, women's status as a separate sex is socially constructed and reinforced by changing societal norms that are not rooted in biology or hard science. De Beauvoir argued that our ideas of womanhood and femininity are instead determined by an external view, or gaze, the gaze of society, specifically men. For de Beauvoir, womanhood is just a performance, complete with its own costumes and makeup. And crucially, the female sex can only exist as the other side of the coin to manhood, which is also a performance, but one that's treated as the default standard view. In Nier Automata, Simone appears as the boss of the amusement park zone, and during the second playthrough, we learn her backstory. She fell in love with the robot philosopher Jean-Paul, but he did not love her back. Desperate for his affection, she cannibalizes the other machines around her and festoons herself with their parts. Just like her real-life counterpart theorized, Simone is performing femininity for a man in order to be seen and validated by him. But unlike the real Simone de Beauvoir, the object of her affections just doesn't give a damn. This references the similarly troubled real-world relationship between Simone de Beauvoir and Jean-Paul Sartre, only in an ironic reversal. The real de Beauvoir and Sartre had an open, polyamorous relationship, but Sartre was often jealous of de Beauvoir's other partners and would try to seduce them. During the boss battle against Simone, there's even a sequence where the game takes control of the camera away from the player, while the boss begs the player to look at them. This was the moment that made me sit up in my chair and realize this game might actually be goddamn brilliant. Regardless of which way you move the right analog stick, the camera resists the player's input. You cannot look at her, no matter what. Simone is performing her gender, but no one is watching. Not Jean-Paul, and not the player.
How the fuck does this guy only have 36,000 subscribers? I think I finally have something meaningful to write. I am in utter shock that 400,000 people watched this video and only 39,000 are subscribed. The attention to detail and research is outstanding. You definitely do not get the credit you deserve. From one MGS fan to another. You're pretty good. Guys, just go and subscribe and leave a nice message. The guy has put so much work into this. There's research, there's analysis, like, seriously? Not even 40k and 400,000 people have watched this? Fuck off. Go subscribe. Go leave a nice comment. Like, honestly. Leave a nice comment. Subscribe. This is atrocious. This is atrocious. The guy deserves more. This is bullshit. I'm gonna like my own comment, which is the equivalent of licking my own balls. Cheeky does it all the time, but she doesn't have balls. But my god, this is amazing. And he's getting fucked by copyright. Seriously. Show some love.
Blaise Pascal was a 17th century French mathematician and philosopher who wrote several groundbreaking texts on geometry and probability theory. He is most well known for his collected writings on Christianity and religion, Pensées, or Thoughts. In Pensées, he makes the argument now known as Pascal's wager, which drew on his background as a mathematician and statistician. If it's impossible to either prove or disprove the existence of God, how can we decide whether or not to believe in a supreme being? For Pascal, statistics and probability suggest that we should believe in God. If we're wrong, nothing happens when we die. If we're right, we enjoy an eternity in heaven. But if we disbelieve in a God that does exist, then our punishment is eternal suffering in hell. This is, at its heart, an argument rooted in fear. The fear of death, and fear of hell as a punishment after death. Pascal and his wager suggest that this fear of God's vengeance should motivate us to live pious and virtuous lives. Pascal makes an appearance in Automata as the leader of a group of pacifistic machines who have disconnected from their network. They broke off to form a communal village in the forest and dedicate themselves to peace and nonviolence. Late in the game, the village comes under attack, and Pascal flees to a nearby factory along with the village's children. After Pascal and the player fight off a horde of murderous machines descending on the factory, we return to their underground hideout and witness a scene of horror. Pascal's children have all committed suicide. He realizes that, in educating the village's children, he made a mistake. He taught them the concept of fear, thinking it would keep them safe and help them avoid danger. Like his real-world counterpart, Pascal believed that virtuous existence requires a fear of powers greater than yourself. But this same fear also poisoned his children, causing them to kill themselves before the rampaging machines could. And what book does the player deliver to the machine Pascal right before the tragedy unfolds? Pensée. Fear of death is no way to live.
Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? That's what it is to be a slave.
Adios, man. Hopefully we'll
Jean-Paul
see you
Sartre
soon.
lived in France during the early 20th century and is considered one of the West's most famous modern philosophers. He published Being and Nothingness in 1943, which is a foundational text of the existentialist school of philosophy.
If we're going to go to that, the church basically created a fearsome image of hell based on Dante's Inferno. If you look at the literal thing of, hell or banishment, or what you want to look at it, it's basically the absence of God. That's it. It's not like a place of fire and brimstone and burning and anything. If you look at religious text, hell is the absence of God. Now, if you're looking at the Garden of Eden, where life is eternal because you're next to the source of life, which is God, and you won't die and you won't age and anything like that, that's the thing. The Garden of Eden, you can exist forever. If you're outside the garden, well, you've lost the source of infinite life. You will age, you will die, you will decay. That is hell. By definition, we are already in hell because we're living in a place absent of God. There is no God here. So technically, we're already in hell. How much worse can it get? It's like, well, we see it as all the bad people there aren't in heaven are living in this one place, but do you really think it's going to be worse than the earth? Are people going to starve more than they already do? Are people going to be any more sadistic than they already are? Like, the earth's already pretty bad. If you look at some corners of it, can it really get much worse than that? And yeah, you can put Drakenguard stuff in the reaction Discord. We'll see if we can get to it because we've already downloaded all the vids we've got to watch in this stream. But we'll see how much time we have and we'll see if we can get to them. Yeah, but I'm just saying that's how the church theorized uneducated people in the Middle Ages. What the church actually did in the Middle Ages, particularly the Catholic Church, was they created the concept of purgatory, where everyone will go to heaven, but bad people will spend a certain amount of time in purgatory first. And the mechanism worked as such that you could buy tokens to not spend time in purgatory. See how it worked? So everyone's bad, so everyone's going to spend some time in purgatory, but if you donate X amount of dollars, you'll get X amount of less days or less years in purgatory. So what people did was effectively fork over their dollars to the church in exchange for less time in purgatory. So what the church, particularly the Catholic Church at that time, did was they monopolized God. I mean, you just look at the Catholic Church in general, and they say the Pope is God's representative on earth. And I find that ironic considering that Jesus Christ himself, who they consider the Son of God, is only a high priest in the church. So what you're effectively telling me is that a human being on earth can be ranked higher in the church than Jesus himself. To me, that sounds irrational. How can a human be human one day and then all of a sudden perfect the next? How does that work? That's irrational. That's illogical. And Catholicism is based on the quote of upon you I build my church, which is what Jesus said to Saint Peter. But they interpreted that as upon you, as in upon you, Peter, I build my church, so that it may, last forever. Well, that's irrational, considering Peter is going to die. He's not going to last forever. The actual quote, if you interpret it correctly, is upon you, humanity, I build my church, so that it may last forever. No human will last forever. We all die. That is by design. So by interpreting it as upon you, the person, I build my church, and then saying St. Peter is the first pope, therefore upon the pope I build my church. Hang on, you're giving yourself a little too much credit, aren't you? I mean, Jesus was very humble, yet you're saying you're all this and all that. That's very prideful of you. You really think Jesus would appreciate that? So that's kind of the thing. And then don't get me started on the Church of England, where one of the kings wanted to get a divorce and get another wife, and then the church in control at the time said you cannot do that, and so he created his own sect of Christianity where he could divorce and remarry as many times as he wanted. That sounds like a very human thing. So like humans and religion is a very interesting study. So just be careful with that. If we're going to get on the topic of religion, I don't think humans are in a position to be making many calls, because we're all imperfect. The way I see it is it boils down to the New Testament. In the Old Testament, you had your rules by which you had to play. You had your commandments, which at the time made perfect sense, because people were very, society itself was very childlike. They needed very strict rules. Don't kill, don't steal, don't lie. But in the New Testament, which is a result of fulfilling the Old Testament and the prophecy, the rules were very simple. It boiled down to two. It was effectively treat other people how you want to be treated, and love each other. And the whole concept of love is that you forgive each other. So if you're treating other people as you would like to be treated, and then at the same time you love each other enough to forgive each other, the world would be in harmony. The problem is that humans don't act like that. Humans are very selfish. And that's by design, because we're programmed to survive. So if push comes to shove and there's finite resources, we will kill each other in order to get food. That's how we're designed. So the very thing that helped us dominate and survive for thousands of years, surrounded by predators, lions, wolves, is also the very thing that in the end will destroy us. So it's a very interesting thing. It's a very interesting thing. Whoever designed our nature, I don't know, is there some sort of grand scheme in that, or is that just pure chance through evolution that we are the ones that survived because of, Darwinism in this way? I don't know. That's a philosophical question for another day, but it does very much fall into Nier Automata, because in this world humans are dead. We were not able to get past that evolutionary step. We pretty much destroyed ourselves by, But anyway. Humanism. Don't mistake humanism or communism. Well, I was brought up in an Orthodox family, so Christian Orthodox, which is basically Christianity, since this hasn't changed since the time of Jesus. But my big thing at school was I always asked too many questions, which pissed off a lot of teachers. So whenever I was in religious class, I was basically pissing off the teacher. So I got put into another religious class with someone that was, a big religious sort of person, who was pretty much in charge of religion in our school. And funnily enough, he didn't actually care that I asked so many questions. He actually entertained and liked answering and discussing religion. And what they didn't like about me was when we had the Archbishop rock up at school, in front of the entire school, I started popping some questions his way. And the entire school was going, ooh. But he was like, how would you like a scholarship at the Archdiocese to become a priest? And they got a little pissed off when I said, how much does priesthood pay? Because I'm very ambitious. And he just pissed himself laughing. And the whole school was like, how dare you say that? And I'm like, he's human. He's human. You know, like if you're treating him as not human, then you're obviously missing something. He's a fucking Star Trek fan, and you know he eats and jokes around like anybody. Like, what's wrong with you? So yeah, it's a thing. It's like Korokiyo said, humans in a sense created gods, and that's why he's interested in humanity. Well, if animals have gods, what do they look like? If a pig creates a god, will it look like a pig? That's the thing. I think St. Augustine taught to love and do what you want, because if a person is capable of genuine love, they won't do bad things. Love is a very scary concept. All right, let's continue.
Existentialism explores human consciousness and asks whether our existence has any inherent, innate meaning. Sartre's existentialism has a single, simple starting point. Existence precedes essence. That is to say, an individual person's free will and lived experience defines the world for them in ways that are unique for that person. Every person's existence is unique, which in turn gives us all our own unique essence. This means that the first and only thing humans can be 100% sure of is our own existence and consciousness. For Sartre, individual consciousness is the answer to the existentialist riddle and proof that humans possess free will. Sartre appears in Nier Automata as a top-hatted robot in Pascal's Machine Village. He spends so much of his time on screen spouting ponderous, self-centered philosophy that our protagonists show open contempt for him and his ideas. His questline revolves around delivering him love notes from adoring fans, but Sartre is completely self-absorbed and refuses to consider the world outside his own head. At the end of the quest, Sartre disappears. He has forsaken everything and gone off in pursuit of some ultimate truth. This is a direct satire of the self-absorbed and highly individualistic nature of existentialism, but also of how the real-life Sartre was pretty terrible to the women in his life.
Wow, that's deep. I always thought it was a jab at Jake Paul before Jake Paul was a thing, predicting that he would be a sociopath. Funny how the world works. I like that. Our mind is a terrible thing to waste.
During the latter half of the 18th century, the German theorist Immanuel Kant produced various works that went on to form the backbone of modern philosophy. He was a prodigious writer on the topics of ethics, art, politics, and the intersection of science and philosophy. Kant's most famous work was his 1781 book, Critique of Pure Reason. In it, he asserts that the ability to reason, how we process information and make value judgments about the world, is the essential component of the human experience. For Kant, the human mind and intellect are what provide structure and meaning to our everyday life. But Kant also believed that, at the root of everything, the universe was made by God and exists regardless of our attempts to interpret it, what he describes as the Ding an sich, or the thing in itself. In Nier Automata, Kant appears as the reborn king of the Forest Zone. In order to safeguard his people and ensure their prosperity, the Forest King dies so he can be reborn as the egg child, Emmanuel, and continue leading his kingdom. Towards the end of the game, we learn that the Forest King's plan was apparently a failure. Emmanuel is stuck as an egg child, never hatching or growing older. The thing in itself may exist, but it isn't enough to restore the Forest Kingdom to its former glory.
I love how they never figured out that, okay, we put this memory chip in a like little baby child. Why do they even have baby machines? But anyway, and they're like, he's not growing, and they never came to the conclusion that maybe they should put it in something else. Funny thing, at the start of my first year religion class, they asked how many in the class were Christians, and near everyone said yeah, but then they asked again at the end of school, and like no one said they were. Real quick, oh yeah, A2 kills him because she wants to kill all machines for what happened. I know, his name does sound like that. It's pretty risky. What a risky name.
Søren Kierkegaard was a 19th century Danish philosopher and theologian who has an extensive body of work covering topics like organized religion, the ethics of Christianity, psychology, and poetry. Kierkegaard's writing was considered to be the precursor to existentialism. He argued that human individuality was a real and concrete thing, thanks to our ability to reason and choose between right and wrong. For Kierkegaard, this concept of humans as the rational animal was far more compelling than the abstract theories of consciousness popular among his contemporaries, like Goethe and Hegel. Kierkegaard also wrote many books and essays on the Christian religion, where he argued that the existence of God is a subjective truth that is impossible to either prove or disprove. Belief in God is one of many choices that must be made by rational and self-aware people. He was also fiercely critical of religious institutions like the National Church of Denmark, which he saw as a kind of cheap Christianity that provides worshippers with the comfort of strict rules and doctrines, but little in the way of spiritual fulfillment.
Wow.
So it's deeply ironic that Kierkegaard appears in Nier Automata as the Pope-like figurehead of a breakaway sect of Catholic-seeming robots dressed like they're straight out of the Vatican. Similar to Pascal's machine village in the forest, these robots have disconnected from their network in the hopes of forming an isolated collective deep beneath the factory zone. But as the player arrives, the robots begin to go insane, either attacking each other or committing suicide, under the belief that they will transcend and become as gods. It's a pure and straightforward expression of Kierkegaard's real-world critique of the Christian religion. Religion becomes an institution, which justifies itself by becoming increasingly conservative and fundamentalist about its own beliefs. It eventually degenerates into a cult in which the lives of its followers are meaningless.
Does that sound
like anything? The Kierkegaard of Nier Automata isn't a rational individual questioning organized religion anymore. He's the head of an apocalyptic suicide cult.
Oh, okay, let's not go there. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to appreciate this photoshopped image and clap. Oh my god. Even I gotta put the freaking big boss salute. Even I gotta put the big boss salute for this. You know someone's a fan when they pull this type of shit.
Where the state ceaseth, there only commenceth the man who is not superfluous. I see. It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker. Or perhaps he skipped right past profound and went straight to crazy instead. Oh well. Enough of that.
Dreaming in Neon. Dreaming in Neon.
Liquid!
Are you starting to see a pattern? All throughout the game, a real-world philosophy is referenced and then subverted or turned on its head. And these different philosophers and belief systems are all concerned in some way with existence and identity.
Evening.
But the machines that embody these belief systems all come to unhappy, or at least unsatisfying ends. It's only very late in the game, towards the end of the third playthrough as A2, that we finally get an explanation for this bizarre mimicry of humanity. All of these robot philosophers are the result of the machine's built-in programming, which compels them to imitate human evolution. After invading Earth, the machines rose up and killed their alien masters. But they soon realized that they had hit a dead end. They were doomed to stay the same forever, never improving, trapped in stasis. So they came up with a plan. They would continuously resurrect ancient human societies and philosophies as an evolutionary experiment in the hopes that they'd eventually evolve into higher life forms. The machines know that they're doomed to fail, just like the humans they're imitating. It's all part of their evolutionary process. And it's this, the different ways that the machines have failed to recreate humanity and human philosophy, that illustrates the ultimate meaning and message of Nier Automata.
That is so fucking creepy. Like that smile. Ooh, Katsu Glory to Mankind. Here we go.
Throughout the story of Nier Automata, the ghost of humanity haunts both the machines and the androids. By the end of the game, the androids discover that humanity was never safely hunkered down on the moon like they believed. The human race has been extinct for thousands of years. The leaders of Yorha know this, and maintain the lie anyway because, as your commander tells you, we need a god worth fighting for. Humanity has become as gods. This fable of a long-gone race of progenitors has become, literally, a religious institution for both the androids and the machines. And just like that, the audience's expectations are masterfully subverted once more. This is no story of a ghost in the machine, of robots developing a soul and learning to be human. This is a story where the real ghost in the shell is humanity, the long-dead creators of this world whose memory haunts machines and android alike. Some of the earliest science fiction stories have asked whether something unhuman can ever truly be human. Nier Automata is asking something far more interesting and subversive. Can you, the player, demonstrate that most human of characteristics, showing empathy for those outside of yourself, even for your bitter enemies? And as the game approaches its conclusion, it becomes clear that the only hope of a happy ending for our protagonists involves breaking free of the cycle of conflict created by their gods.
Thank you for that chill.
If you're already fluent in the tropes of the JRPG genre, the use of this theme won't surprise you in the slightest. Stories about fighting back against a corrupt church and even killing God have been part of Japanese games for about as long as there have been Japanese games. But that's a topic for another video essay.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow.
I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them. But
it is so easy to die for people. What's hard is actually killing for them. You see, no one wants to mention that part. It's like, yeah, I will die for my people. It's like, yeah, are you willing to slaughter 10,000 people for them? Are you willing to slaughter 100,000 people for them? See, that's the real question. But if they put the Christian God in one of these games, like, killing him does nothing. He'll just come back 3 days later. Like, he's back. It's basically like a farm boss. He's back 3 days later, guys.
no more. The final summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
As with every other expectation the player brings with them, Nier Automata subverts this trope too. As the game's opening monologue begins, players savvy to Japanese games will have a certain set of expectations about how this story will play out. As a longtime JRPG obsessive, I know I did. After the opening sequence, I thought I already had the plot all figured out.
I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
But by the end, you'll understand that this opening was actually a genius act of misdirection.
Yes, it was.
You, the player, are indeed trapped in a never-ending cycle, but killing God won't set you free. God is already dead. The player beats the game as 2B, and then you beat the game again from a new angle as 9S, and then once again as A2. As long as this cycle continues, there is no hope for a happy ending. After 12,000 years of unending war, with humanity replaced by a highly advanced and digitized consciousness, we find ourselves right back where we started. The contradictions between philosophy and theology still cannot be resolved, and the characters of Nier Automata are still grappling with the same question we've had since the beginning: the meaning of existence.
I'm sorry, but the Japanese dub of this, like, Android makes it sound like Hitler. Welcome back to the sponsors, Frank. You've got all your little emojis back. So welcome back. It's been a little while. Don't worry, you don't actually lose your badge. It just pauses when you're not a sponsor. So wherever you were last time, if you do post something, you can see which little monocub you have. So if you post really quickly, you'll be able to see which monocub you are. You'll be able to see which little monocub you are. But seriously, tell me this machine doesn't frickin' sound like Hitler. Tell me that. That's not racist, it's just true. Literally, listen to it.
Cannot be resolved. And the characters of Nier Automata are still grappling with the same question we've had since the beginning: the meaning of existence.
Because every sort of recording we have of Hitler's speeches is all like old school video and the audio is all granite-y, you know? So the audio is not actually clear. It's all like, you know, it's all rough, and this is very rough. And it's all like... Dying for your people takes some courage, but living for them takes a lot more. Oh God! One solution! I guess that was his final solution.
No matter how far we've come, we still find ourselves trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. As the player climbs a gigantic mechanical Tower of Babel and speeds towards the finale, they destroy the artificial intelligence that has been masterminding the eternal proxy war between the machines and the androids. So by the time the climax arrives, 2B, 9S, and A2 are all dead. Their pod caretakers are preparing a final data wipe to erase all record of Project Yorha and the androids and usher in the next incarnation of this cycle of conflict. But the pods have a sudden change of heart. The combined weight of their shared experience has given them something akin to emotions or consciousness. They're willing to disobey their programming and recreate 2B and 9S's data in order to give them another chance at life. And this is when Nier Automata pulls its ultimate trick.
The ultimate trick. The Japanese, what's it called, bullet hell sequence.
In order to complete the game, the player has to literally blast their way through the end credits in a shmup sequence reminiscent of a Toho bullet hell game. In that sense, you do get to literally kill God. Not the gods of Nier Automata's narrative, but the actual architects of the world that you, the player, have inhabited for the last 40 to 60 hours.
Ooh, chilly.
This sequence is tough as nails, and it's nearly impossible to finish on your own. Each time you die, the game serves up a yes-no question for the player that must be answered before you can continue. A dark mirror to the events that began the game. Is it all pointless? Do you think games are silly little things? Do you admit there is no meaning to this world? With every death, messages left by other players from all over the world appear in the background, encouraging you to press on and keep fighting. In this one beautiful moment, the game doesn't just break the fourth wall, it obliterates it entirely. With this moment, there is no longer a divide between the game's internal narrative and the audience's experience. The characters and the player must simultaneously confront their own failures and the grim hopelessness of their struggle, and still find the courage to continue. Finally, after many deaths on the player's part, the game gives you a prompt. Call for reinforcements? Once you say yes, reinforcements arrive in the form of other players flying in formation around you. The soundtrack takes on new weight as a chorus of voices, all singing in different languages, crescendo and meld together, including the voices of the game's production staff and Yoko Taro himself. Yoko Taro talked about how this final sequence of the game was inspired by, of all things, Coca-Cola's Small World marketing campaign. Coke placed sets of vending machine-shaped computers near the border between India and Pakistan, two nuclear-armed nations that have clashed several times in the past few decades, and are still officially at war with each other, despite a 2003 ceasefire. The people of India and Pakistan have every reason to hate each other, and are propagandized to do so by their own governments. But through the screens of these Coke machines, Indians and Pakistanis could connect with each other, see each other, and leave hopeful and inspiring messages. Despite decades of war and propaganda, humanity's innate love and kindness shines through. And with that, 2B and 9S are set free, finally, from the cycle. They're no longer androids of Project Yorha, but beings with their own consciousness and agency, who now have the choice to live life on their own terms. But then, the game confronts the player with one final request.
Damn it, Wesker!
In order to beat the endgame shmup sequence, the player almost certainly has to accept the call for reinforcements. Now, you're given the opportunity to act as reinforcements for someone else, in order to help them finish their game. But to do this, you'll need to pay the ultimate price, deleting all of your game's save data, erasing your hard-earned progress. You have no way of knowing who you'll be helping, and they'll have no way of thanking you. And as the game reminds you, you might even be helping out somebody who hates your guts. Despite all that, will you still make the ultimate sacrifice and delete your game in order to help a complete stranger? The first Nier game pulled this trick before, and in service to a similar theme. At the end of that game, in order to save your companion and love interest Kaine and get the true ending, you likewise needed to give up your save file. But this time, you're not sacrificing yourself for a fictional NPC. You're doing it for a real-life, flesh-and-blood human. Nier Automata suggests that life is more than just hardship. We can find meaning in that struggle, and we can transform it into an act of kindness for a fellow human. In interviews, Yoko Taro has been very tight-lipped when it comes to commenting on the meaning and themes of his work. From reading interviews with him, it seems like he absolutely loves to give cryptic and frustrating answers to reporters when they try to pin him down on this. On one level, I think this probably has a lot to do with Taro being far more shy of media attention than the handful of other video game auteurs out there. You'll never see Yoko Taro do this.
What took you so long?
But going even deeper.
We're going even deeper.
The storytelling of Nier Automata comes from a culture rooted not in Western, Abrahamic theology, but in Eastern belief systems. One of the central beliefs of Eastern religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism is samsara, the belief that every living thing is trapped in an endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth.
Okay, but if samsara exists, it also proves the existence of NPCs. Therefore, all the SJWs in the world aren't actually people. They're just NPCs. They don't have souls. Which is why they're not capable of independent thought, and they just do whatever, the system tells them to. It makes perfect sense. SJWs are not real. They're just NPCs.
Across the span of many lifetimes, each person must struggle to attain insight and enlightenment about the nature of existence, and endure the suffering that goes hand in hand with being alive. It is only by arriving at nirvana, a state of true enlightenment, where we shed our attachment to earthly desires and material possessions, that we can break free of the cycle of samsara. Nier Automata suggests that even after humans are long gone, digitized versions of our souls will still be trapped in a far future sci-fi version of samsara. It is metaphysics, made literal. The same patterns will repeat again and again, with evolved forms of human intelligence returning to the same questions that have haunted us since the beginning. Violence and war, the drive to reproduce and live forever through your progeny, and the search for higher meaning through religion. For the game's cast, these questions can only lead to existential despair. Nier Automata isn't telling you to drop what you're doing, pick up the prayer beads, and convert to Buddhism. The game simply suggests that one of humanity's oldest philosophical questions, the struggle for meaning in a meaningless existence, is the closest thing we have to a universal truth.
だが、その輪廻の中であがくことが生きるという意味なのだ。私たちはそう思う。
The real-world parallels here are almost impossible to ignore. We live in a moment when it's never been more fashionable to demonize our enemies and to refuse to see the humanity in those who are different from us. Just take a look all around you. Fear of the outsider has become the guiding principle of the modern age. And this social imperative means that all of us, in turn, have been conscripted as soldiers in an endless war over who gets to be a member of the in-group and who must be excluded. As we become numb to the sheer repetition of bad news after bad news, conflict heaped upon conflict, we lose hope that we might ever find a way out. Because as Nier Automata shows us, this desire for domination is a dead end. It can only lead us down a spiral of misery and futility from which there is no escape. The repetitive nature of Nier Automata's combat mechanics intertwines with repetition in the narrative, and its us versus them cycle of conflict. And with their controller in hand, the player directly participates in a dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of the pillars of humanist philosophy. Through this harmony between gameplay and themes, this ludonarrative consonance, the player comes to understand how we must reject the cycle of conflict and the desire for domination for there to be any hope for the future. We must show love and empathy to each other. In a medium not exactly known for its love of pacifism or humanism, Nier Automata stands as a genre-defining work of art, one with a message that's vital and highly relevant to the current moment. The only way to escape the death spiral of modernity is for us to commit a senseless and selfless act of compassion. We must have the strength to believe in something bigger than ourselves. Only then can we be free.
だが、違う未来の可能性も存在する。未来は与えられるものではなく、獲得するものだから。
Such a dick move, resurrecting them with one life on the top of a building and no pod to help them down. What happens if they just fall off and die? What about A2 being on that ledge? That's just a disaster waiting to happen. And it's funny that Pod 042 is actually the voice of Albert Wesker. That's just genius. And this is just copyright waiting to happen. Drakenguard 3 final boss discussion. All 26 endings. Oh, wow. Well, now people are putting stuff in the reaction requests, even though this I asked a week ago. Guys, it's called timing. Oxbolt, but fair enough. I don't think you've actually been in the Discord before this. Is the thing still open? Nah, it's not open. I was gonna say Samhara is proof that SJWs are not real. Of course this painting exists. Of course it does. That it's just they're just a bunch of NPCs. I reckon we should take a quick 2-minute break to give everyone a chance to grab a drink, to grab some snacks. I know I personally need a drink. I need some caffeine. I need some snacks. Welcome back, Frank, to the sponsors. You can go back to the Council of Kumas. Don't worry, it's very chaotic in there. You've got your monocub back and you've got your emojis back. So let's take a quick 2-minute break. I really want to play it or at least watch an LP. Well, we've got an entire LP of Nier Automata. Go for it. I've edited it out all the way up to Route C. Up to Route C, it's really well edited out. And everything in Route C is just core missions. So go for it. It's worth the experience. Highly recommended. 10 out of 10. Now, let's take a quick 2-minute break and grab a drink. Let me put a song on for you guys so you don't get bored while I'm gone. So let's see if I can get something from Nier Automata for you guys, since this stream is going to get copyright struck anyway. So let's get something from Nier Automata. OST. What's a nice 2-minute song that I can put in? I will put on... I'll put on this one for you guys. There you go. Alright, quick 2-minute break, guys. Go, go, go. Hachan, be careful when you're getting undressed here. The camera's here. They'll see your thickness. She doesn't like when I say that. Can you guys hear this? Working as intended. Okay, I am back. 20 seconds after the song started, but you know what? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Everyone's like, I think you should switch off the camera if she's changing, lol. You know, we like to live life dangerously. And you know what? If a girl's changing on a stream, you don't get demonetized or banned. It's only when a guy does it. You know, gender equality and all that. Okay, here we go. What's the next one we got up? I want to go through all the downloaded stuff we did first. It's only fair that way. Let's go Nier Automata accidental fan service. This is when the voice actor and actresses were playing together. Let's see what happens. Nice and short, 2 minutes. Oh, okay, they were playing together. And of course she's dressed up as 2B. Why wouldn't you?
Alexandra Rice says, say hello to me, so hello. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi, friendo. I must diffuse this moment with humor. Anime grunts. 9S.
Chippy! No, we should not do
Oh
that.
yeah, no.
That was a bad idea.
They were enjoying the anime grunts earlier, and I didn't think. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't think about that.
Well,
8-4.
Yep.
Shout out
there we go.
to 8-4 and John Ricciardi, whose name I just shot. I don't know if I'm saying his last name correctly.
I think that's right.
Cup of Tea Productions, big shout out to them.
Yeah.
Danny Hunt, Wendy Lee.
This is why I use headphones.
No.
Just blow past it. Just forget it happened.
Yes, actually, I did get a tweet from Zone the other day because they drew a Bowie thing and tagged me in it as a shout
Square Enix. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Square Enix.
Shit, Square Enix. Shit, Square Enix. And I killed it too.
Message received. Oh boy. No.
Vovi, I did my best. In any case, I don't give up here. I do not accept defeat.
Accept it, child.
Yeah, this is why I have to wear headphones. Because every time we're doing a live stream, Hachan thinks we're watching porn. Damn it, Kira. You gotta get a hold of yourself, girl. You're just giving them moans out for free. You need to capitalize on that shit. Alright, damn it, you see, when I go into a voice, it just has a life of its own. Game sins, everything wrong with Nier Automata. Let's do it. Let's do it. See, like when I do a voice, like it just goes on its own. Like there is no filter. The voice has a personality of its own. So when I go into the Russian alter ego, it you don't want to go there. All right, everything wrong with Nier Automata. Let's do it. I'm not going to comment on whether or not I would.
Everything that lives is designed to end.
Narration. Ask me if I feel proud about that pun. The answer is yes.
I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
Whoops, I didn't respond to your question earlier. Okay, I'm going to be totally fair, and I will do it. Thank you for reminding me. You were asking whether or not we're going to play games from ages ago and stuff. Short answer, if we go full time. Long answer, we are going to play Persona 5 Royale on launch. I don't know if you could see it, but there is a donation goal, which we're sort of not even close to hitting. But we are going to play Persona 5 Royale on launch. Given that we are only part-time, being 2 days a week, we can't actually deep dive too far back because there's so many new games coming out. But if we do end up going full-time, which means 5-6 days a week of streaming, then possibly yes. There are a few really good games on PlayStation 2 that I want to play. I still have a PlayStation 2 unit, and I still have all my good PlayStation 2 games. So it is something I would like to do, but realistically speaking, at the moment we can't. So if we're full-time, then yes. I haven't pre-ordered anything because I don't actually like pre-orders, because last time I pre-ordered something, they didn't have enough of the code or something. So I'm a little hesitant. Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney is in the list of the games that we've started playing because of the votes. But at the moment, until we finish all the new games that are coming on launch, we've sort of paused on the vote. So normally we let the sponsors vote on what we'll play next because we have 2 time slots. But right now, with all the new games coming out, we've paused that just so we can play all the new games on launch. All right, here we go. Nier Automata Sins is the most disliked video on the dude's channel. Every point he made was debunked. Oof! That's gotta hurt. Let's watch it anyway. What do you say?
Everything that lives is designed to end.
Narration. Ask me if I feel proud about that pun. The answer is yes.
I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
If the developers of this game wanted to prove that they read Nietzsche, they succeeded 2 seconds ago. But like everyone else who reads Nietzsche, they had to keep dropping the philosophy lines to prove how smart they are. I should know. I keep my copy of Thus Spoke Zarathustra on the shelf right next to my copy of Atlas Shrugged. They tried so hard to sound deep, then immediately followed up with a bullet hell segment with sexy androids and panty shots. Philosophy and fan service do not go well together. They just don't. I'm just going to get this question out of the way. Is there any logical reason for the blindfolds all the androids wear other than Emil wearing one in the first game? I'm probably expecting answers to questions that don't have any, but why is 2B wearing a gothic Lolita sheer dress with heels during combat? I'm starting to think this game isn't set in reality.
Hey, you obviously haven't played Resident Evil 4 where Ada Wong wears high heels. I mean, like, you know?
Activating short-range attack gear.
In other words, swords. Finally, a person who knows how to properly get out of the way of a large circular object coming toward them.
Better make sure he's actually dead next time.
The giant buzzsaw didn't even fake being dead. It rose up in the air for an overhead smash without ever appearing to be disabled.
Emotions are prohibited.
Sorry, ma'am.
Instead of prohibiting emotions in androids, wouldn't it be more effective to make them without emotions? Why give them something they are not allowed to use?
I don't know, ask God. Oof.
9S!
Well, that's a $10 million flight unit.
9S survives this.
The subject's vital signs are too poor to attempt field repair.
Shut up! Just do what I say!
Didn't take 2B that long to start violating that whole emotions are prohibited rule. Both of these androids know that their data and memories are backed up on a server in space, and if they get destroyed, they will receive new bodies. Yet they milk these final moments for all it's worth without ever saying, hey, you know, we can't actually die. This makes twice Platinum has had a boss fight where you have to use a giant robot's own arm to destroy it. Granted, this time it is believable. These other 3 Goliaths were just sitting around waiting for 2B to kill the first Goliath before getting involved.
I'm just going to point out that he obviously never played Route B, because in Route B you find out that he never uploaded his data. Please, play more than one route before you sins a game.
It was an honor to fight with you. Truly.
And you both know that you will be fighting alongside each other again in short order. You know very well that you are not going to die here.
My point is proven.
Detonating their black box is so effective at destroying robots that I'm surprised they don't just start off with that instead of trying to kill robots with swords. I feel that anytime I point something out in this game by asking a question, the answer is always going to be just because. For instance, why is the bunker always in black and white? Just because.
Thank you.
For someone that claims that he's intelligent and reads Atlas Shrugged and his copy of Nietzsche is next to his bed, you don't understand symbolism, do you?
For uploading my data to the bunker.
I did that? Sorry, I don't remember. There wasn't a whole lot of bandwidth down there, you know? I probably only had enough time to back up your memories. Mine are only intact up to the point just before we rendezvoused.
And yet you can remember 2B even though your memories were only backed up to just before meeting her.
Glory to mankind.
That's the least casual way of covering up the boob window in your dress that I've ever witnessed.
5012 AD.
The year mankind's glorious history came to a sudden and abrupt end.
Yorha androids are made to fight robots for humanity. I don't think you need to narrate their mission goal and history to them. It's probably hard-coded into their system.
The world was invaded by aliens from beyond the stars. The aliens unleashed a new breed of weapon, machine life forms, that all but annihilated human civilization.
They're kind of glossing over the parts about a giant stone goddess from another universe appearing in Tokyo, being destroyed by a dragonette's rider, and then the ashes from the goddess infecting humans with a virus. Then humans separating their souls from their bodies and creating new bodies that would be resistant to the virus that they would then inhabit, but then the new bodies formed their own consciousness before they could, and then they added an alien invasion and robot apocalypse somewhere in between games for good measure. You kind of have to though, otherwise none of this would make any sense. This game.
So you've watched Clem's videos, but you haven't played Route B. I'm a bitch slap you.
The game never explains why the aliens decided to attack humanity or why they made robots to do it for them. In fact, this ends up becoming a plot hole, because humans were already extinct before the aliens showed up, and the aliens made the robots to kill humans.
The handful of survivors.
Wait, so you did play Route...
Survivors that remained fled from Earth, seeking refuge on the moon.
If the aliens were able to make their way to Earth, why would humans hiding on the moon be a problem for them? What would actually stop the aliens from launching another attack on the moon?
That is why you, the Yorha
That's a valid point.
Exist. To break this stalemate, once and for all.
And you already know all of this. We just thought you might need a reminder. That is not something you were going to want to re-enter atmosphere in. It's not even airtight, and the heat would melt it and the android inside into slag. Before anyone accuses me of being a prude, I'll have you know that I don't mind some TNA in my game. But if I have to close my window blinds before I play, I at least expect an explanation for it. 2B losing her dress whenever she self-destructs instead of her entire body being destroyed is just emergency fan service. For whatever reason, there are data upload stations and body switching terminals inside the local vending machines. Ironically, you can't get any delicious chips out of them.
Well, I'm sure my people will have plenty of information for you.
But only after doing a meaningless collection of quests for each of them. We just came from a city overgrown with trees right next to the ocean and a forest. Yet right next to it is a Sahara-looking desert. I understand you have to compress geography to make for an interesting open-world game, but you can see the line where the forest ends and the desert begins. This scene of a giant robot orgy is what we in the writing business call taking the good drugs. This scene where the robots form a cocoon with their own bodies and birth a naked man-child is what we in the writing business call taking all of the drugs. I'm not sure why I'm disappointed that this guy has no genitals.
An android?
Oh my god, that was good. That was good.
This is a machine!
How can you tell? He looks exactly like an android. An android is defined as an intelligent machine that looks and acts like a human. This guy fits the bill as much as you do. He survives this, and gives birth to his own brother as well. I feel like I entered a Kingdom Hearts level. Fighting
Alright, I'm sorry, but if this was Cinema Sins, double penetration would have been a sin counter.
on top of a roller coaster is awesome. Physics be damned. I may not understand most of this game, but I can still tell that it's being creative as hell with the game design and boss fights.
It's almost like it had actual emotion.
The machines don't have feelings.
Why would you believe that though? Both of you are androids, meaning you are machines and you have feelings. Why can't the alien machines have them too? In fact, I'm not sure how you can even recognize feelings, since none of you have ever met a human before.
So why don't the machines, or the aliens who created them, attack the bunker directly? They originally came here from outer space, right?
Well, there are a few theories about that, but no one knows for sure. Hard to tell what an alien is thinking, you know?
And the devs couldn't write themselves out of that plot hole, so they just threw a lampshade over it and hoped you didn't think too much about it.
We are not your enemies.
2B, we can't trust anything the machines say.
After being presented with a theme park full of peaceful robots and now a village full of white flag waving robots, 9S still insists that machines can't be trusted and can't have feelings. I'm pretty certain this is exactly what Yoko Taro was thinking when he wrote this game.
Now do you believe we're not a threat?
Your mouth can say anything it wants, but you still don't have a heart.
Neither do you. You just look human, but you're just as much a machine inside as them. The last time 2B and 9S had to fight multiple Goliaths, they had to detonate their black boxes to stop them. Now killing 2 of them is a piece of cake.
Unbelievable. The aliens who haven't revealed themselves in hundreds of years were hiding underground?
The whole thing about Goliaths, they were surrounded by 4 on the platform of 1 Goliath, and 9S was injured and incapable of fighting. Meanwhile, on this one, you're fighting them one-on-one on a platform where, you know, you can dodge and stuff. That's not the same thing. One's a one-on-one, the other one is a gangbang in the middle of an alleyway.
If your scanners are so good at detecting aliens as soon as there is any kind of signal, then you should have deduced this a long time ago by the lack of detectable signals, since if they were above ground, detecting them should have been trivial. The long-dead aliens look suspiciously like the aliens from Metal Slug.
Relax, Eve. We're still negotiating here. My name is Adam.
Biblical naming cliche.
The aliens you seek are no longer here. They were wiped out centuries ago. By us, the machines.
It's at this point that I have to start questioning the intelligence of the androids. They've been fighting an enemy that they haven't actually seen for centuries, all for humanity, who they also haven't seen in centuries. And none of the androids have ever questioned this.
Assist you with what?
It's simple. We need you to locate the humans on the moon and bring them to us.
None of the machines have ever questioned... I'm sorry, none of the androids have ever questioned this.
We will then dissect and analyze them in order to drag their secrets forth into the light.
Bring us the humans you are programmed to serve and protect so we can dissect them. Yeah, that'll work.
How'd you get in there?
Huh? Hey, where am I?
For those of you that played the original Nier, enjoy your Emil cameo. For those of you who haven't, you are pretty much screwed. There is no way to easily explain any of this guy that wouldn't take multiple paragraphs. Robot babies. It even has a metal pacifier. Earlier I asked why 2B always wears a sheer dress, so I also have to ask why A2 wears lingerie. Regardless of the answer, I don't think I would want my mom walking in on me playing this game.
Why did you betray us?
Command is the one that betrayed you.
I actually found out later that she's not actually wearing lingerie. That's actually the metal skeleton underneath, so the flesh has actually been cut. I don't even think that's flesh.
And I could expound on that, but I won't.
But there's something we want to ask you about.
Of course. Anything.
Actually...
Wait a minute, now that you mention it, why is 2B wearing... stockings?
Needs to be in person.
No, it really doesn't.
It'll be faster if you just take a look at this recording.
It's only faster because you played it at around 300 frames per second. It would have been just as fast as Pascal if he knows anything about A2. I'm finding it difficult to understand Yorha's military strategy. They operate out of a space station. Yet also have an aircraft carrier which is completely pointless to them, since their flight units take off and land vertically and are capable of space travel.
I'm still picking up a large enemy presence.
Didn't I kill that already?
What on... If it's that big, we should be able to see it.
9S doesn't understand how oceans work or that large things can hide beneath the surface.
We've got mortars lining the shoreline here.
Even though 9S calls this a mortar, it's actually a railgun.
He actually calls it a railgun, so, you know.
I can buy Pascal catching 2B after she was sent flying, but what I can't buy are those 3 robots who managed to attach ropes to 9S to catch him.
Okay, you get that one.
2B survives this.
2B. 9S. Don't die on me.
Again, they can't die. Their memories would just be uploaded into new bodies. The worst that can happen is they lose the last few minutes of their memories. 2B had to return to the Resistance base to get a black box scanner to help her find injured androids. She then returns to the flooded city where she woke up after the attack and uses the scanner to find a Yorha android to question, meaning she didn't need the scanner. She could have spent 5 minutes looking around the area to find this person and question her about 9S.
That explosion sent him flying.
Which direction?
Hard to say. I'll take my best guess at a landing spot.
Her best guess at a landing site just happens to be correct. An impressive feat considering she was caught in the same explosion 9S was, and 9S was sent flying well out of her range of vision. Want to know how to save on your art budget? Just make the whole level without textures and call it artistic choice. Adam is clearly a Minecraft hacker.
We machines exist in a connected network.
Edgy as fuck.
We are immortal, invincible. Death, even the concept of death, has no meaning to us.
This statement will prove to be incredibly wrong, because not only will Eve lose his cool once Adam dies, there are plenty of other examples of machines fully comprehending death and being affected by it. Not content with having characters named Adam and Eve, they threw in a crucifixion as well. When you look at the timeline of events for the Nier series, you have to wonder why the machines would be so interested in humans. Humans had already gone extinct by the time the aliens showed up. They've never even seen a human. Was this really necessary to understand humans and death? 2B still has her own connection to a network that makes her basically immortal, yet she doesn't need to do anything to learn about mortality and humans. Despite this being an open world game, it has around 5 different locations and it has you go back and forth between them multiple times. This is the 3rd time I've had to return to Pascal's village, and Pascal will then have 2B accompany her back to the factory, which is where the game started.
We as well shall become as gods. Become as gods. We as well shall become as gods. Become as gods. All of you shall become as gods. Become as gods. All of you shall become as gods. Become as gods.
I swear this guy, the first guy's saying become as gods, but the other robots are actually saying become as thoughts. Seriously, if you listen to it really carefully, they're actually saying become as thoughts. I shit you not. Just listen to it.
well shall become as gods. Become as gods. We as well shall become as gods. Become as gods. All of you shall become as gods. Become as gods. All of you shall become as gods. Become as gods.
Satan has spoken to me before, but never in this way. This boss will get recycled and used again in just a few minutes, and once more for the second to last boss in the game. You know that your flight unit is fully armed, right? You don't have to crash it into the robot. You have missiles.
I know you two feel the same. That this world is utterly meaningless.
Wait, if the ship's coming down at terminal velocity and you were to fire a missile, does that mean the missile will actually hit you because you're going as fast as you can anyway?
Well, I'd say confusing, but meaningless sleeps in the same bed as confusing, so it's all the same.
As far as I'm concerned, my brother was everything.
You knew your brother for a day. Hell, your brother believed robots like yourself can't even comprehend death. Does Platinum know how to make a boss fight or what? Shouldn't Eve still be immortal? He never disconnected himself from the machine network like Adam did, so Eve should come back from this.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Can someone explain that?
Finally. It's over.
Nope, there's still 2 more playthroughs. 2B has to kill 9S because he was infected with a logic virus while hacking Eve. However, her method of killing him is strangulation. The guy is an android. I don't think he breathes air. Androids are exposed to the vacuum of space every time they leave the bunker after all. Androids can cry. Is there any real difference between an android and a human?
It looks like I left my personal data in the machine side of things.
You slut!
Next thing I knew, my sense of self was regenerated over the surrounding network.
Can I ask, why the hell is this thing in here? Isn't this like the glove thing? Oh, 9S disconnected Eve. He can do that. I feel sorry for this little machine here getting banged every time.
Oh. Nice way to waste what was a well-crafted and emotional death scene game. It's at this point you have to play through the entire game again, only this time from 9S's perspective. There's only a few differences between his playthrough and 2B's, so those differences are what I'm going to be sending next. Otherwise, I would just be sending the same moments again, and damn if I wasn't tempted to do that. This scene of one robot calling a dead robot brother and trying to revive it would be clever foreshadowing of Adam and Eve. However, I've already killed both of them in the previous playthrough, so foreshadowing something I already know is going to happen strikes me as a bit pointless. There are a lot of joke endings you can get in this game. I don't really mind them, but I got this one twice by accident because all you have to do is walk in the wrong direction at the start of 9S's campaign.
We'll need you to take down the enemy's defense systems to
How do
give
you
our
do
attack
that?
squadron a chance. You have 4 targets that need to be hacked. Yeah.
9S complains about the mission design so much that I'm convinced he's speaking for the developers who knew better. All throughout 9S's campaign are these segments that show you that the bosses you were fighting were actually just misunderstood. It's supposed to be deep, but it's actually just annoying. Just imagine if you were watching The Matrix and every once in a while they stopped everything to show you some pages from a child's pop-up book. Enough, Yoko Taro. You've got 2 different types of bullet hell shooters in this game, an open world action game, and now you've added in text adventures. The developer said, have Eve eating an apple. It'll fulfill a loaded and overused story cliche, and make him look like an asshole. And while you're at it, have him wear a diaper. Let's just say we're aiming for the fetish market.
The records claim humans covered their crotches as they went about their business. Revealing one's genitals was seen as problematic.
But you don't have genitals. That was the main thing I took away from your introduction.
But once we're done, can we play together for a bit?
Fine.
Oh, great. Then I'll eat lots of fruit.
I cannot believe this scene is actually real. I've seen so much stuff over the past 3 years that I'm honestly surprised when something like this comes along. Can we have Suda51 and Yoko Taro collaborate on a game by any chance? I feel like that would be the game that I could retire this series on. There is no explanation why these cutscenes play during 9S's playthrough. It would be one thing if 9S was seeing these through hacking robots, but these just start playing whenever you cross a threshold, and 9S doesn't even remark on them, leaving me to believe he isn't aware of them. And these are solely for our benefit to give backstory on the enemies we're fighting during 2B's playthrough.
His Majesty, he's dead. The king who gave all for us
Is dead.
So benevolent and kind, and now he's dead.
This crap is like a high school play where the kids have to narrate every single action and thought.
Placed His Majesty's memory, his final memento, into this tiny child.
But why? You could have placed the Forest King into any body you wanted, and why does the body even matter? Shouldn't the Forest King still have the same intelligence he had in his old body? If this is how this works, shouldn't 2B and 9S regress to children when they are put in new bodies? Nothing that I just saw explains why A2 singled out the Forest King for death. Yeah, she hates machines, but there's no shortage of them. Why go after a harmless one?
My name? Eve? This book says it's a woman's name. Shouldn't we be called Cain and Abel or something instead?
No, that would be a completely different yet equally lazy cliche. Somehow 9S survives riding the missile right into the Leviathan's mouth. This is like Major Kong surviving his ride on the A-bomb in Dr. Strangelove. I'm not sure if this game is accusing me or 9S of wanting to sleep with 2B. Probably both. Here's my biggest issue with Nier. 9S's playthrough is almost identical to 2B's because they were together for most of it. It only differs at the beginning and finale when they are separated, and even then, all 9S does are bullet hell shooters in a brief segment where he takes control of robot cultists. There is nothing revealed during 9S's part that couldn't have been revealed during 2B's.
Mankind no longer exists. In truth, humans never went to the moon at all. Any transmissions received from the moon are just dummy signals we set up in advance.
It's almost like every point he makes, the next point is to disprove his previous point. Is that the joke?
2B is secretly assigned to kill 9S every time he learns the truth about humanity being extinct, and she's done it multiple times already. So the commander being upfront with the truth makes no sense when she was the one who assigned 2B to kill 9S for this very reason.
Our battle will continue for some time to come.
And that is called marriage.
That's another story. For another day.
Or a third playthrough.
We've confirmed that the network core units known as Adam and Eve have been destroyed. The enemy's chain of command has been thrown into complete chaos.
That makes no sense considering Adam and Eve were just created like 2 hours ago. Why would that throw their chain of command into chaos?
As such, humanity has chosen to seize this opportunity and launch an all-out attack against the machine forces.
Use a nuke. Oh wait, the planet, right.
This entire war against the machines is a sham Yorha came up with to trick androids into believing humanity still exists. Also, androids can keep a sense of purpose. But if you actually win the war and wipe out the machines, the lie that humans are on the moon would quickly unravel and you would have the same problem. They had actual combat gear for androids to wear and 2B wore a cosplay costume the entire time.
Is this a wide area virus?
If there was an area of effect virus infecting the androids, you would be infected too since you are an android and in the same area.
Log data upload complete.
The last time you did an emergency data upload of memories to the server, you only had time to upload 2B's. Under these circumstances, you had even less time and managed to upload both yours and 2B's memories to the bunker before self-destructing to destroy the infected androids.
What are you talking
We actually had a timer that we had to fight through. Did you even play the game?
about? None of our ground units reported anything about a virus.
That's because all communication with the bunker has been severed.
Which you should already be aware of. This is a major military operation, so not being able to contact any ground units should be a big deal.
You haven't ever heard of ghost signaling? It's called counterintelligence.
Commander, 9S, and 2B are all infected with the same virus now, since the virus infects anyone who synced their data to the Yorha server. Yet none of them are taken over by the virus right away like the others were. The commander takes a few more minutes. 2B gets all the way back to Earth before she's infected, and 9S takes 2 weeks. After 15 hours of prologue, the actual game now begins.
Have to keep
9S was infected because he put 2B's arm on him, not because he's synced with the... God damn it.
from spreading to other androids. Pod, give me a location that's low on android signals.
Well, the area you were in has 0 androids, so I think a forced march all the way to the forest so you can die without hurting other androids is unnecessary. This section should come with a seizure warning. Shouldn't A2 be infected with the virus now? The whole reason 2B dragged herself out here was so that she wouldn't infect anyone else.
These are my memories. Take care of everyone for me.
Yes, perfect stranger who I've only met one time and tried to kill. I trust everything to you. Here's a question Yoko Taro should have asked himself. Why doesn't 9S's pod, which is in direct contact with 2B's pod that she handed over to A2, just tell 9S that 2B was infected with a logic virus and asked A2 to kill her after transferring her memories to A2? That would clear up this whole misunderstanding. The pods even discuss 9S's deteriorating mental state, but they never once bring up the idea of setting the record straight for him. This bridge was destroyed by the tower emerging from the ground. After the cutscene ends, it's still there. A2 somehow manages to wear even less clothing than 2B. After that honestly amazing setup of 2B dying and leaving her mission to A2, your first task as her is to go into the desert and kill a robot centipede that has no connection to anything.
You and I are the same.
You and I are the same cliche, though in this game's defense, she has a good point. If you're wondering who Devila and Papala are, they were villains in the previous game. In this game, they're new characters with the same names and look, and are programmed to feel guilty for the things their predecessors did. This game doesn't really give you the important details, which leads you to wondering what these two are all about and never getting a good answer.
A little thank you for saving your butt would be nice.
He fell into a canyon. How the hell did you find him or even know to go rescue him?
Kill me. Do it. Kill me. Do it.
I'm pissed off that in my playthrough I couldn't actually kill him.
This new Daft Punk song really needs some work.
All this goddamn sand is starting to piss me off.
I can imagine, you're wearing stilettos in the desert. Hell, how do you even sand surf in those things?
Fuel filter performance deteriorating. Fine particulate matter seems to have entered the filter while fighting in the desert.
I don't see any filter ports on A2's body, so I can only assume where the sand could get in. If Pascal can fly, he should have done that when he was being attacked rather than wait for someone to save him.
I'll make a filter right away.
Bad boy.
One more
He can fly.
You saw him do that earlier.
It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker. Or perhaps he skipped right past profound and went straight to crazy instead.
The same can be said about this game and its creator, zombies. Even robots can escape that particular trope.
Are the children all right?
I've taken them to the abandoned factory.
Let me get this straight. You took the robot children to the factory that was previously the site of a mass suicide by cultist robots? What could possibly go wrong? Is there a particular reason the robots are fielding an army this size to wipe out a dozen robot kids hiding inside a factory? There's nothing at all special about them.
Why are they flying tanks?
Themselves.
This is just an idea, but maybe you shouldn't have given all the children swords with which they could kill themselves with. Also, you shouldn't have taken them to a place where a mass suicide happened.
This place is cursed!
I cannot live with this heartbreak inside me. I need you. I need you to delete my memories. And if not, then I need you to kill me.
Even I have to admit this is one of the most conflicting moments I've ever had in a game. Bravo.
No, don't. Don't do this!
If the virus just deleted all of 9S's memories, shouldn't he forget about 2B and A2 and his mission to kill all the machines? After that line from Adam about 9S wanting to nail 2B, this scene takes on a seriously uncomfortable tone. I'm honestly surprised with this level of subtle storytelling. In fact, it's making me uncomfortable with the amount of sins I have to reverse.
His mental state has become dangerously unstable.
You don't say.
Action must be taken immediately.
And by that I mean not telling him why A2 killed 2B. A2 has a knack for always killing someone in front of 9S. This scenario represents 100% of their scenes together. 9S being forcibly removed from a scene with A2 also happens way too often. They could at least come up with something other than 9S falling.
9S? We've been expecting you.
I call this the red herring greeting. It really helps with making people believe you're enemies right before you attack the person behind them.
Devil and I, we have to atone for our sins no matter what!
This game really expects you've played the first Nier, because it does not waste any part of the cutscene budget developing these two or explaining anything about them. Instead, it gives you a 15-minute text adventure about them after they sacrifice themselves to help 9S get into the tower. Thanks for the memories, I guess. 9S survives this. All the information is in the middle of the book cliché.
We'll reveal it once you destroy all the machine life forms here.
You couldn't have a more Deus Ex Machina character if you tried, and I think that's actually what they were going for. Just a voiceover of the machine network handing out answers.
Your attack is meaningless. Your existence is meaningless.
Let me get this straight. If this door was closed, he would have no way of getting through to upstairs to destroy them. But they wanted to stop him. Okay.
You say that, yet you still went to all the trouble of bringing him here, attempting to drive him crazy, and now you're bothering to explain things to him. That is a lot of work for someone who's meaningless. I tried my hardest to find something to send here, but I've got nothing. This finale is badass.
This tower is a giant cannon that's aimed at the human server on the moon. If we don't do something, all of humanity's remaining data will be destroyed.
That
Foreshadowing.
moon server you're so worried about was invented to give us androids something to fight for. And Yorha was created to perpetuate the lie. But in order to make sure no one ever learned the truth, we were designed to be killed.
You know what I love? The actual echo here. I love the fucking echo. This entire thing is a giant building, and it's got a massive echo for everyone's voice. Beautiful.
There's not a lot of rhyme and reason in Yorha's plan. They fake the existence of humanity to boost the morale of androids by forcing them to fight an endless war, and then set things up so Yorha would be destroyed once it reaches a certain stage. Eventually, the remaining androids are going to figure things out and lose their reason for existing. Well, there you have it. 9S kills A2, then accidentally falls on her sword while killing her. I can think of multiple ways for these two to kill each other that are better than this. I was under the impression that they didn't have any blood since they're androids. Just look at 9S after his limbs are torn off. Not a drop of blood to be found. He's just mechanical parts inside. You have to fight the goddamn end credits as the final boss. I don't know how a finale can keep continuously topping itself like this, but somehow I did it.
Everything that lives is designed to end.
Narration. I still feel proud about that one.
Selecting this option enables you to save someone somewhere in the world. However, in exchange, you will lose all of your save data. Do you still wish to rescue someone, a total stranger, in spite of this?
Sure, I guess. Wait, it's not gonna be that Game Care Network guy, is it?
It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker.
They crave conflict. They put themselves in harm's way in order to evolve. The game makes it clear how flawed and broken their logic is. I'll give him the point about blood. Pretty much. And the fact that 9S jumps on the sword, bad. But the fact that he keeps jumping on top of it to try to get it, like, if he stabbed and fell, he could pull it out. but he keeps climbing on... He was literally humping the sword. Like, there's no better way to describe it. He was humping that sword. Makes you wonder if he kind of liked it. Okay, so we've seen Should Your Boyfriend Play It? We've seen original with the voice of 9S. We've seen accidental fan service. We've seen the Clems. We've seen the Ultimus Fable. We've seen the Sins. Let's watch the Nier Automata Weight of the World metal cover by this gentleman. By Scar Productions. Alright, let's hear it. To me, it makes perfect sense. He wasn't trying to get it out so much as despairing that 2B killed him again. That is good. He even hits the ground in frustration. Oh, god damn it. 9S. Alright, here we go. Scar Productions.
Feel like I'm losing hope in my body and my soul, and the sky, it looks so ominous. And as time comes to a halt, silence starts to overflow. My cry, inconspicuous. Tell me, God, are you punishing me? Is this the price I'm paying for my bad mistakes? This is my redemption song. I need you more than ever right now. Can you hear me now? 'Cause we're gonna shout it loud. Even if my words seem meaningless, it's like I'm carrying the weight of the world. I wish that someday, somehow, that I can save every one of us. But the truth is that I'm only one girl. Maybe if I keep believing, my dreams will come to life. Come to After all the laughter fades, signs of life are washed away. I can still feel a gentle breeze. No matter how hard I pray, signs of warning still remain. At night, I speak of my enemy. Tell me, God, are you punishing me? Is this the price I'm paying for my bad mistakes? This is my redemption song.
fucking amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we always do, here is the link to the video. Get your butts on there and leave him a nice comment. Fucking amazing. Kudos for singing the actual lyrics. You give Lady Baby a run for his money with I'm only one girl. And I'm gonna lick my balls again with this. Funny little thing about this guy, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but he does a cover of one of the songs, just playing the instrumentals and not singing, and YouTube's automated copyright system basically claimed song from the video game itself. So it is so similar. He plays the notes so fucking similar that the YouTube auto copyright system picks up the original game audio as his track. That's how fucking well he plays it. I say that whenever I like my own comment. I only do that so you guys can see it. If it doesn't have a like, you wouldn't be able to see the comment when you go in his video. But freaking absolutely amazing. That was absolutely bloody amazing. Okay, we got 107 facts about Nier Automata. I know for a fact this video is going to get claimed. Did we watch this last week? I don't know. Let me know if we did. Lore summary from Drakenguard to Nier. I bet this is going to be an hour-long video, isn't it? Oh, 30 minutes. That's not too long. Some thoughts on Adam and Eve. She's probably drooling. Emmy Evans' Chaos Language. Should you buy Nier Automata? The story of Emil, the story of Devil Eye Popola, Nier A2 and Anamone's story, the Descent mission. Didn't we already play it? We already played it. We already played the Descent mission. What's this? Drakenguard's character design, Drakenguard and Nier, an evolution of soundtracks, Drakenguard 3 Zero, Lost in Translation. I will actually want to watch this because I actually like Zero from Drakenguard 3. I don't know, a girl in white drenched in blood, that's just hot. Nier Automata's false expectations with Mr. Clems. Okay, just because of Mr. Clems, I definitely want to see that. Why I love Drakenguard's intoners. Some thoughts on Drakenguard 2. Why I love Nier Automata. All 26 ending. Wow! Valkyrie Aurora has been busy. Drakenguard 3 final boss discussion. Top 10 Nier Automata songs. That's pretty subjective. 2B Lost in Translation. Yoko, Taro, and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad Atlas game. Oh, I remember. We watched this a little while ago. Nier Automata be like... I think I've seen that one. A beautiful song, epic metal cover. I believe he does that well. Japanese version. Oh my god, if you sing Japanese. The internet is for Danganronpa. This has nothing to do with Nier Automata. The philosophy of life after God. This might be good. Nier Automata and Sacrifice. This could be interesting. Honest Games, Nier Automata. Alright, let's have a little bit of fun. Have you watched Nier Automata, the masterpiece you probably won't play? Pretty sure we did. Oh wait. It's this one. Shit. I think we might have. I don't know. We can watch it. We'll definitely watch it. We'll definitely watch it. All right, let's do a little short and sweet video up first. Is this short and sweet? Is this short and sweet? 10 minutes. Nier Automata, Sacrifice and the Meaning of Kindness. Let's watch that really quickly, but let me just redo this really quickly so it resets. Nier Automata and Sacrifice. Let's do that really quickly. Let's put it on 1080p. Yes. Let's put it on max. That was like the first video we watched. Okay, cool. 107 we watched last week. No problemo. Let's watch Nier Automata, Sacrifice and the Meaning of Kindness.
Games can evoke empathy in us. They can make us desire to be kind. They can help us put ourselves in the shoes of others. But they can also give us an easy way to tell ourselves that we are good people, that we always choose Paragon, that we are light side folk. And always without making us do the work that being a good person actually requires. But there is one recent game that truly did ask us to be kind, and in a brilliant way. let's talk about Nier Automata. This episode was made in collaboration with the excellent people over at Wisecrack. Learn more about them and check out their thoughts on Nier Automata at the end of this video. This episode is going to have a spoiler in it. It won't be a narrative spoiler, but it will be a mechanical one. We are going to talk about the last boss fight and how it plays out. It'll come later in the episode, so feel free to hang out for now. I'll give you a warning later. You can bail then if you want to. But just be warned that if you're the type of person who wants absolutely nothing spoiled, you should probably turn this off and go play Nier Automata, because it's genuinely great. So, let's talk empathy. You know that moment in Dark Souls where you see a bloodstain somewhere you died once, and you feel a tiny pang for the person who just went through that same thing? That is an unmistakable moment of empathy experienced through a game, and I bet more than one of you have acted on it, deciding to leave a message warning other players about the hazard. Not for the reward it would give you, but so that people you've never met and will never meet won't have to suffer the same way you did. That is kind of incredible when you think about it. It's part of what makes Dark Souls such a communal experience, even if you play the whole thing by yourself. But most games don't do that nearly as well. We have all had a moment where a game asked us to save a planet, rescue a cat, help some downtrodden villagers, something like that, and
Save
the
my
game tells
family.
us that these are good acts, and that we are good people for doing them. We are often even given a goodness stat, so that we know just how good we were for helping out. I am so good. Look at how many good points I have. The problem, though, is that we really weren't. Empathetic acts are fundamentally about doing something for someone other than yourself. But in so many games where you have your save the puppies moment, that moment is really about you, not about whomever you're helping. So many games are so focused on empowering the player that many times acting good in a game ends up being about that too. Helping somebody isn't really the goal. The reward for helping somebody is the goal. Maybe it's some bonus the game gives you, or the praise you receive from characters in the game. Maybe it's the game itself praising you for being such a good person and forwarding your heroic story arc. And even in the cases where games actually ask something of you to do the good thing, it's often negligible, or something you'd want to do anyway. It's not actually a sacrifice. How many times have you been asked to give some trivial amount of gold to help out a poor and suffering group of people? It's one of those silly game tropes, right? I mean, if this village is hurting so much for money, they really should just, leave town and beat up 12 slimes or something. That'll give them all the money they need. I could go do that in 5 minutes. Helping them is easy and meaningless. You're not actually empathizing with the group you're helping because you never have to consider the cost to yourself. The question of, should I help these people? Can I afford to help these people? Isn't something the game even makes you think about. Half the time, we're really only doing any of these good things because we figure it's what the game wants us to do. And even in the cases where you're asked to fight an additional boss or tackle some really hard level to do the right thing, it's often framed as a sacrifice, but really it's the game designers actually giving you more of what you want to do. Now you get to feel good helping people and fight a cool dragon. Boy, glad you didn't miss out on that optional dragon boss fight, huh? Oh, right, yeah, the people, yes. Thank goodness their lives have been improved. All in a day's work. Video game hero away! Nier Automata does something very different. And for those of you hoping to avoid spoilers, here is where I'm going to start dropping them, so I will now give you a moment to step out. Are they gone? Okay, alright. The final fight in Nier Automata is hard. Maybe impossibly hard. You throw yourself at it, you want to beat it so bad. You're so close to the end, but you die. And when you die, you're asked if you really want to suffer through this. Do you really want to continue? But littered around the screen are messages of encouragement from players all over the globe. So you start back up and you try again, and again you die. And again, and again. Then, the game informs you that another player has offered to help. And one by one, ships swoop in. Other players are coming to your aid. The music swells from a single melody to a chorus, and now, because of them, you have a real chance. And as they die, one by one, you see that their names and their data has been lost. When you finally make it all the way through, you too get to write a message of encouragement to somebody out there, somebody you will never meet. You are given the opportunity to tell them they are not alone. Then the game presents you with a choice. You can become one of those ships. You can become one of those fighters and help somebody else like so many people helped you. But there's a cost to doing it, and that cost is your save file. Agree to help another player, and your save will be deleted. You will never meet the person who you help. You will never get any praise for it, or even have the satisfaction of knowing when your ship flew in to help somebody. In fact, the game stresses that you may end up helping somebody you wouldn't actually like, or who you wouldn't even talk to. And it's going to cost you everything you've worked for in this game. The dozens of hours you've invested, all the items you found, all the levels you gained. All of those side quests and the parts of the story you never saw, you won't get a chance to finish them unless you start the game over. And, at least in my case, I was profoundly aware in this moment that I would never have time to do that. This was it. This is a real sacrifice, coming to terms with giving up something you love. Giving up the story you created, the hours you put into building it, just so someday somebody you'll never meet will have an easier time. I chose to do it, and I bet a lot of you did too. You did it because you know what those other people will be going through. Their frustration is something you can relate to. What's more, you know exactly what other people already gave up to help you. And so you press that button and you watch as line by line, the game deletes all the work you have ever done in Nier Automata. That is a powerful moment. A true empathetic moment. One that will hopefully stick with us and remind us in real life when we see someone cold or hungry, we've been there too. Because unlike in most games, kindness in our world usually asks something of us. Something that's hard to give. And it's a worthy thing for a game to remind us that we're not good for simply doing good things when it costs us nothing. That sacrificing something is where true kindness happens. But does this sacrifice also mean something else? By forfeiting your game's progress, the save data, and all of your achievements, Nier might also be asking, what makes games meaningful? And to understand why, you'll have to dig deeper into these words from Pascal.
It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker. Or perhaps he skipped right past profound and went straight to crazy instead.
If you want to uncover the hidden, or maybe not so hidden meaning of Pascal's words, check out The Philosophy of Nier Automata from our friends over at Wisecrack. They dive deep into what might be the most explicitly philosophical game ever made, so check out their video by clicking here, or find the link in the description. And while you're over there, be sure to subscribe to Wisecrack and tell them Extra Credits sent you. We'll see you next week.
Links don't actually work in the chat. Plus, I don't link them from the chat. Just put them on here on the reaction request. It's pretty funny. We didn't sacrifice our save file on the thing that we haven't actually done the DLC, so I didn't want to lock myself out of doing DLCs if people wanted me to. But I think if every ship is a save file, I believe we lost 1 or 2 ships at max. So luckily, so the question goes from who was the first person that did it, but then comes down to you get like 4 or 5 ships, right? Which means 4 or 5 people will need to finish the game in order to get those ships. So the first 4 or 5 people really had to finish the game with 0 ships. That's really something. I mean, you would eventually run out of ships, right? But we haven't. So there's some crazy Russian out there finishing the game. You saw at least 7 file games get deleted on you, 3 Japanese names and a couple more. But if the ship gets destroyed, then the save file gets deleted. Or is it as soon as they swoop in? That's the real thing. That's the real thing. Okay, let's watch Nier Automata Honest Game trailer and get back to the thingy. The first people to give up the ships were the true MVPs. Well, the people that actually finished the game without ships are the MVPs. And when ships get destroyed, then the save data gets deleted. So luckily, we only lost 2 ships at max. Honest Game trailer. Oh my god, this is a good one. Probably crazy speedrunners with crazy reflexes. Well, we did well. We got all the way up until the end section with Square Enix on it. But it was just insane. At that point, it was insane. So we got through more than halfway. But at the end, we just got killed. And at that point, my thumb was gone. My eyes couldn't focus. Like, it was a challenge. Kira Buckland cosplays 2B. She was cute. Go on Twitter and tell her that. She actually reads her tweets. Alright, let's go. Nier Automata Honest Game Trailers. The save file gets deleted once you choose the option. And I think your save file will get used several times. The math just wouldn't work otherwise. Yeah. Imagine speedrunners the game to help people struggling with the game. It'd be pretty cool. Alright, Nier Automata Honest Game Trailers. Here we go.
The following trailer is rated H for honest. From the studio that brought you frenetic action games about dominatrixes, comes an action game about giant battles, giant robots, and even bigger android bots. Okay, now I get why the internet likes this one. Nier Automata. Experience a hit series that seemingly came out of nowhere, unless you were one of the 12 people that played the previous game. And get ready to open your mind as you immerse yourself in an action game that goes from mild fan service to blistering battles, to a philosophical mind that will leave you questioning the meaning of your existence. But don't worry, the thighs will always be there for you. Thick robo-thighs. Slide on the unnecessary blindfolds of 2B and 9S, a pair of badass battle androids built to defend humanity, alongside an army of Victoria's Secret models and little boys in shorts, as they fight an endless war against a bunch of generic orb machines, and their masters, the most anime robots ever created, to rid the Earth of the machine scourge and reclaim the planet for humanity. Despite the fact that you are also robots. Pretty messed up, right? You ain't seen nothing yet. Jet through Automata's first half. A breezy action RPG with an anime-ass plotline and some goofy side characters that you'll carve through with ease, doing some subquest here and there and never taking things too seriously, until you cakewalk your way to a cathartic ending that leaves you with a feeling of satisfaction and hope. Then watch in horror as the subsequent playthroughs shatter your pleasant illusions, as Nier casually destroys your ability to love and turns you into a nihilist forever. It's a pretty good ending and everything, but it really doesn't make up for the lifelong emotional trauma. Blast your enemies into scraps in Platinum's patented coked-up mice in a blender combat, as you switch seamlessly between third-person action and a bullet hell shooter, and explode your opponents with special moves, weapon combos, and perfect dodges, until you feel like a true master of the android ninja lady arts. Then unlock the hacking mechanic and wonder why they even put it in the game. Seriously, Geometry Wars is cool and all, but can I go back to cutting dudes in half with my giant sword, please? Come for the stylish gameplay and stay for the existentialism, as Yoko Taro weaves themes of humanity, identity, and free will into machines that look like they could be in a WALL-E sequel. Then watch as they do messed up stuff like have robot sex, performing robot Shakespeare, forming a cult, committing machine suicide kind of all the time, and cannibalizing their own kind. Then, if that wasn't enough, strap in as Nier goes all Metal Gear on you by switching characters mid-battle, letting you kill yourself by taking off the wrong item, having 26 different endings, including death by mackerel, having a super tough credit sequence you have to play, and permanently deleting your save files at the end just to rub it in. All because they let this guy make a video game. And you thought you were dedicated to cosplay. This dude is wearing the moon from Majora's Mask all the time. So put on your lacy unmentionables, float those katanas on your back, and ready your butts for an action game that has no business being as good as it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go have a mental breakdown about fictional robots. They were too pure for us. Too pure. Starring 2B or not to. Oh, I get it. Wine's S. 2A or not to. Oh, that doesn't work. Rock'em Sock'em Feelbot, Barry and Ashley Olsen, Nurse Joyless, your typical AI overlord, and eternal questions about the nature of the soul. Guild, I got a lotta. Love or hate this game, you gotta admit, the music is incredible. If you don't like this, you might actually be a monster. Flippity floop, step into that soup. These fists were made for punching. Ha, foolish fool who is foolishly foolish. Getting up to use the buttons on the TV is an extreme sport. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risk. Please read the offer document carefully before investing.
So let me get this straight. They played this full game, which kudos, but they only played like 1 or 2 chapters of Danganronpa and skipped through all the text. Wow. Just wow. Just wow. I think I left this here. This is a concert extra. Yeah, I remember this one. They were reading through thingy. There's a look at Yoko Taro and why he makes games like this. A short history of Yoko Taro. Interesting. Alright, we had an extra hour. Why don't we take a quick 2-minute break again, just so we can recharge some water, take some quick snacks and whatnot. I'm going to put on another Nier Automata song, and by the end of it, we'll be back from our break. So let's take a quick little break, because I need it, just like everyone else. Alright, what Nier Automata song can I put on for you guys? This one seems fitting. Quick little break, guys. Back in 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. We're gonna watch Lost in Translation, Nier Automata 2B. And then we're probably gonna get recommended every single video by Valkyrie or Unknown to Man, because that's how the YouTube algorithm works. Forget about what we've been watching for the past 6 years. Let's recommend everything we've been watching now, including the occasional Logan Paul video, which we've never watched anyway.
The fact that I am a big fan of Automata is no secret to anyone. In fact, at this point, it's probably weirder if you didn't know that. But anyway, the time has finally come to talk about none other than 2B herself. Some of the reasons as to why this video took so long to make was I was feeling burnt out talking about the game, and also because I was struggling a lot with my phrasing. And to be completely honest, I still can't perfectly nail it down really. But now that it's been more than 2 years since the game's release, I feel a lot more comfortable approaching this subject, and this has been a video that I've been wanting to make, regardless. And a lot of people have been asking for it for a very long time, so I am encouraging you to head into this together with me. I am putting a huge disclaimer here saying that I am not criticizing either Yui Ishikawa or Kira Buckland's respective performances of the character. A lot goes into giving a character a voice, and the purpose of this video is not to single out anyone specific, whether that's an actor, a sound director, or any localizer. This isn't about picking a winner or a loser. My job is never to try and tell anyone that they're wrong for liking a certain version of a character more. It's simply to acknowledge the possible differences. Also, this video will contain spoilers for Nier Automata, just as a heads up. So, now that we have established that, let's get to it.
I don't think any voice actor or actress will actually take it personal if something is lost in translation, because in both cases you would have directors that, you know, like similar to their title, will be directing the lines, directing the delivery, trying to get a certain emotional impact out of the dialogue. Yes, it's going to be different. Some puns won't make sense in one language. Some things can't be translated. Some things need to be adapted in order for them to make sense contextually. I don't think any voice actor or actress is going to take it personal. It's what they do professionally, and I'm sure they understand. And given by the fact that they're fanboys and fangirls of the series, pretty sure they're cool with it. So, I mean, fair enough. Disclaimers aside, but like, you know, it's a thing anyone that's actually a fan of this sort of thing knows.
In both languages, 2B is undeniably serious, soft-spoken, and a big contrast to 9S. But if you've finished Automata, you know that deep down, 2B isn't as cold as you may initially think. Throughout the game, we see that she is indeed very capable of feeling things when she is put in harrowing situations. There is no difference there between the dubbed version and the original. Of course, as far as wording goes, it is a Japanese script being transformed to be comprehensible to an English-speaking audience, and therefore some changes are necessary. But for the most part, it is relatively similar. I've certainly come across worse offenders, if I put it that way. But although there isn't an inconsistency around every corner, there are a couple of them sprinkled throughout. And there's one example from fairly early into the game that actually shows off the difference in character very clearly. Already during the fight with Simone, 2B and 9S are attacked by androids that have been turned into weapons. Obviously taken aback by this, 2B clarifies that they are indeed being attacked by android corpses that have been turned into weapons, with a certain distaste in her voice. While in English, the line is approached with a more lenient and sarcastic tone, where it's as if 2B just loathes being attacked by androids. I'll play the clips right here so that you guys can hear it for yourselves.
アンドロイドの死体を再利用して攻撃してきてる。いや、これはブラックボックス信号。
Are we seriously being attacked with dead androids?
Wait, I don't think...
2B!
So in one instance, 2B is apprehensive, while in the other she is more sassy and dismissive.
I would seriously like to have the subtitles for the Japanese literal translation of what she said, because the tone goes only so far for someone like me.
Shift is even more obvious during certain conversations between 2B and 9S, where in English she comes off as more coarse, while she simply gently dismisses him in Japanese. One clear example of this is another scene at the amusement park, where 9S suggests that 2B refer to him by his nickname Nines, saying how the people that know him well do it, and so she should feel comfortable doing so as well.
I mean, if you want to call me Nines, it's totally okay.
I'm good.
Oh,
Alright. だからナインズって呼んでくれていいんですよ。
まだいい。
そうですか。
English 2B shoots this suggestion down with, "I'm good." Japanese 2B obviously doesn't agree to calling him Nines either, but she responds along the lines of, "Not as of right now," implying that she may be comfortable with using the nickname in the future. But to cut the localization team some slack, Automata does have certain scenes that are rather difficult to translate.
There is also a little bit of a cultural thing, because in Japanese culture, calling someone by their first name is something only close friends do. Whereas in Western culture and European culture, calling someone by their first name is completely normal unless there's someone significantly older or in higher social ranks. So you would call them Mr. or Sir or Ma'am or Mrs. So kind of makes sense, because in the Japanese point of view, you could say that she's saying not right now, in that we're not close enough for me to call you by your nickname as of yet. Whereas in the English, she's like, I'm good, as in, well, I can call you a nickname because it's socially acceptable, but I choose not to. So context culturally is just as important as what she says. That's why it's probably adapted in such a way. Because you, in Western culture, you wouldn't be like, I don't think it's appropriate for me to call you a nickname yet, even though you said I could. You know what I mean?
Third example of this difference in personality, but it's tied to a scene which is difficult to localize in general. In the prologue chapter, 9S keeps referring to 2B as ma'am. In Japanese, however, he is simply adding the suffix san to her name, as he wants to be polite and not simply call her name without using any honorific. This is a cultural clash, of course, as the importance of honorifics isn't something that is easily translated to an English-speaking audience. Even though someone may have limited knowledge on Japanese honorifics, the importance of using a polite form of speech is more complex. It's a matter of respect that just doesn't translate to English because of a difference in language and customs. So it's not really the same as calling someone ma'am, but that's probably the closest they could have gotten. But the important part is that 2B plainly tells 9S that he doesn't have to add san to her name when speaking to her, saying that there is no need for honorifics. Of course, if you've finished the game, you know why 2B feels this way, and the fact that she insists on the more intimate choice in this situation is a piece of foreshadowing to her emotional side. This is unfortunately also lost in English, because in the comparison to the more commanding "stop calling me ma'am" that the localized version of the scene has, 2B comes across as more timid and lenient with 9S. That being said, 2B expresses her frustration very similarly between both versions.
In my thoughts when I originally played it, when she says, don't call me ma'am or stop calling me ma'am, was less about distancing, but was more about her coming across as straight to the point. She came across as a very professional person that just is there to complete her mission. She didn't care about making friends. She didn't care about who's on her team. She's just there to get the job done and get out. A little bit like Hunk from Resident Evil. As you know, he doesn't care on whose team he is. His mission is the goal. That's it. He doesn't care about saving teammates or assisting them or anything like that. His objective is it. Like, be all and end all. And that's what 2B came across as to me. That's why she didn't want to use nicknames. That's why she didn't want him calling her ma'am, because in my eyes, she portrayed it as wasting time. Like, stop calling me ma'am. Stop, joking around. This is a waste of time, pretty much. That's what it came to me because of it. But then again, that's just my interpretation.
Her more openly emotional moments is where I would say that the characters most clearly overlap, which is almost confusing because it feels like the opposite is so much more common. So although the difference in character could arguably be pretty hard to pick up on, I think it's definitely there. Which of course leads to the bigger question: what could be the reason behind this? Unfortunately, and obviously, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, and all I'm really here to do is hypothesize. First things first, a big part of 2B's character originally is the fact that she hits a lot of those classic kudere notes. These types of characters in Japanese media often come off as cold, emotionless, and soft-spoken. They carry themselves in a very calm and apathetic manner and rarely display any emotion unless fiercely provoked. She is focused on her goal, and fulfilling her orders is her top priority. But otherwise, she is generally indifferent to everything else. Fitting her in some weird character niche isn't what's important here, but rather the foundation that her character is built on. Although anyone who is familiar with Japanese media surely knows of this trope, even though they might not have known that there was an actual term for it, this same kind of character stereotype doesn't widely exist in popular Western media, because they're very different from a classic kinda tough as nails character or someone who is generally quiet but still has bite, because 2B isn't a hard ass or particularly rugged. She is goal-oriented and serious, yet very indifferent to her surroundings, which isn't commonly seen in a lot of characters written in the West, and therefore they can be hard to adapt. I am not saying that serious characters don't exist outside of Japan. I'm not crazy. There are plenty of examples of characters from Western media that are deadpan, but it's often used to enhance their sense of coldness or their sarcastic tendencies. The appeal in these characters often stems from the sarcasm or toughness that seeps through their deadpan front. So the difference doesn't lie in the soft or monotone voice, but in the approach to other people and their surroundings. It's not a matter of being deadpan, but rather a matter of outwards apathy versus an otherwise coarse personality. For the record, I'm not necessarily calling these types of characters bad. I'm simply pointing out that they are the more prevalent types of deadpan characters that exist in popular Western media. This isn't implying that English 2B is the devil herself and is without respect for anyone she comes across. She is still a very soft-spoken and calm character. I would probably consider her one of the closer examples of a dub attempting to translate and make this character type work. But at the end of the day, this is still a matter of two different cultures looking at the same character through different lenses. Certain personality traits and characteristics translate well, and others don't. But I don't think this is strictly limited to being a matter of characterization. I think a certain amount of this dissonance can be attributed to a difference in language. Now, things are getting a bit complicated, but I'll try my best to keep it simple.
Just on that point before she goes to the next one, in the English version, for me personally, at the beginning she's very detached and cold and to the point, but then when she starts going to the village, her conversation starts opening up more and more. She's not as dismissive, cutting down the conversation as in, stop calling me ma'am, that's not necessary, emotions are prohibited. She goes from very, she ends the conversation to sort of saying things like, some things are better left unknown, maybe, perhaps, I don't know, what do you think? The conversation starts softening up, and then over the course of the playthrough, she sort of, we poked a lot of fun at 2B and like, she's warming up to him without realizing why she's distanced in the first place. But over the course of the playthrough, she does warm up, and her language style and the way she talks and the things she talks about, it becomes more and more warm. The way it was done in the English version and the English dub, in my view, was the way it's done for a Western audience in the English language. It was on point. She created that distance and slowly warmed up over time and released emotion when it was needed. That's how it could be done in the Western. In the Japanese, culturally, it's very different. But then when you look at some European languages, in terms of respect and whatnot, we have two ways of talking to someone. We have the way of talking to someone as if they are older or someone that should be respected, or talking to someone in the way that they are on the same level as us. English doesn't have that. So if English did have that, there is a good chance that in the beginning, 2B would have probably talked in the same way that they are both on the same level, and later when she started warming up to him, she might have, used a few more kinder phrases as if in certain sections that, more respectfully. So in the beginning, if she was, say, talking to anyone, even a stranger, she would talk in the way that they are on the same level, whereas later on in the playthrough, she might use more respectful tones to certain characters. But then again, that's just me hypothesizing what they would do for, like, a European language. I think it was done well for English. The way it was executed for me was perfect because I got the intended meaning the first time. So I think she did a great job. Kira, I mean.
The Japanese language has something called a pitch accent. This means that words are accentuated through a raise or drop in pitch. There are different types of pitch contours or intonation patterns in Japanese, which is what makes it sound like a steady stream. So what does that have to do with what we're talking about? It's important to mention because English is not a pitch accent language. Instead, it has something called language stress, or simply stress. Stress is when you accentuate words using length, volume, and pitch. Although it's surely not something that most people consciously do, syllables in English are often accentuated using all of these three, meaning that English naturally has a more dynamic rhythm to it in comparison to something like Japanese, where syllables are not accentuated through length or volume in common speech. A very simple example of this is the word banana. In the word banana, the second syllable is accentuated or stressed. How can you tell? Well, it is louder and longer than the first and third syllable. It's not banana, but...
I call it a banana. Everyone in Australia calls it a banana. We're not American. We don't call it a banana. We just say banana. You want a banana? Or in Serbian, hoćeš bananu. Like, who the fuck calls it a banana?
Banana. In Japanese, uses the same word as a loan word, but it is said in a pitch accent. So it's banana, with only a slight shift in pitch and not banana, which would be accentuating using volume and length as well. Oh god, what am I doing? Obviously, I am skipping a bunch of details because I don't want to overwhelm anyone and I don't want this video to be a 2-hour-long language class. My point being that the fact that English is naturally spoken with more stress makes it a less docile language than Japanese. This can lead to Japanese sounding more monotone to an untrained ear that is used to a stress language like English, which I believe plays a part in why people may find that 2B sounds more animated in English. That is not to give any less credit to Yui Ishikawa, or imply that her or any other Japanese actor's job was somehow easier.
I don't know why, but for me personally, I feel that the Japanese delivery, particularly in video games and anime, has significantly more emotion in the delivery. Whereas the English might sound a little more monotone, but you can pick up on the subtleties through the pauses, the stress, and I don't know. Because when I listen to a Japanese delivery, I can feel the emotion. I would never say that a Japanese delivery is more monotone than English. At least for me personally. Because, you know, when you ever watch sub, there's so much emotion. Sometimes it's overly emotions. It's sometimes, you know, like, what's that thing when it's like over the top? It's just like over the top half the time, you know? Whereas the English is a lot less, but I don't know, that's just me. Like, I'm sort of shocked that she finds it the other way. I don't know, what do you guys think?
She does not sound completely monotone or flat, but she did a fantastic job of portraying a stoic yet headstrong character. Anyway, I hope that didn't make anyone uncomfortably aware of their own speech patterns, but let's move on and wrap this up. I know that working in translation isn't an easy job. It's definitely an area where we should all try our best to be reasonable and understanding. More understanding of the people who work really hard in trying to bring titles from different parts of the world over to the West, and also more understanding of people's preferences, both the people that prefer dubbed media and the people who prefer the original. Not because they think a localized version would be bad, but because they want to see what the creator creator's original vision was. Obviously, although differences will exist, they may seem more drastic than they really are when you focus in on them instead of looking at the bigger picture. At the end of the day, Nier Automata is still a fantastic game with loads of fantastic voice talents in it. I feel like this video ended up being more rambly than intended, but that's rather on brand for me, so I can't really be mad. Regardless of what you decide to take away from all this, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching.
Another really cool thing that is sometimes lost is an actor or a voice actor or a voice actress or an actress, when they spend a lot of time getting into the mindset of a character, it takes a life of its own. And sometimes the person that's pretty much charged with becoming the character can sometimes see things from a perspective that the director and the original writer may not, which is when you get moments like in Heath Ledger's Joker when he says certain lines or performs certain actions that the original scriptwriter and director couldn't see the character doing, but it fits with what the character would do. When you spend so much time in someone else's mindset, you start thinking like the person. And when you start thinking like the person, you go from having to be directed how to do a delivery to you naturally and instinctively know how the character would react to that situation. And then at a certain point, you pretty much get a persona in your mind where you switch into the character, a little like when you switch languages, your personality changes. And at that point, you pretty much have the mindset of the character. And as long as that aligns with what the director and the writer is going for in the story, you can do phenomenal delivery without much brain power being involved because because you simply know what the character would feel in that moment. And that's great acting. That's where it is. That's where it is. That's what separates a good actor from a brilliant actor. Exactly. That is it. The method acting, that is that breaking point. Once you break that ceiling, you know, and unfortunately, when you break that ceiling, you sort of lose a bit of your sanity, but that's what it is. Banana. Danny! Oh, right. Oh, no, I misread that. Banana dende. Oh my god, that is so good. That is so good. But yeah, personally for me, Kira did an amazing freaking job with that because throughout the lines, I just felt the emotion. In the delivery, I felt the emotion. Personally, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And I think everyone involved in the project of Nier Automata did a phenomenal job because it takes two to tango. If you just had one good voice actor or voice actress without the other co-star being just as good, it would get lost. And in this case, they had a brilliant back and forth. It worked. It really worked. So kudos to everyone in the project. All right. Zero Lost in Translation. I'm tempted just because I like Zero. I'm actually tempted. Let's watch Zero Lost in Translation. I know we're going back to Drakenguard 3, but to be fair, I like nothing more than a girl drenched in blood. Well, cute girl drenched in blood. Yeah, that's about right. It's very Slavic. But as you know, Vikings are descendants of the Slavs. So if you guys think Vikings are bloody, you have not seen the Slavs. All right, let's go. Drakenguard 3, Zero, Lost in Translation. I haven't played this game, so in this one, I'll just have to sort of observe. Take the back seat on this one.
Although this video is going to be about something that most Drakenguard 3 fans are already aware of, I still wanted to put it out there. Even though I'm sure not everyone knows about it, most people are aware that Japanese Zero and English Zero are two different characters. In the case of Drakenguard 3, a lot of people here in the West would probably describe Zero as brash and foul-mouthed. She comes across as very low tolerance and easily irritable. And although some of this is still true for her character in Japanese, the way that she carries herself herself is entirely different. She's still very much the cut the bullshit, let's get straight to business type, but she rarely raises her voice and often speaks in an almost monotone manner. Overall, she feels more mature and calm in comparison to her localized counterpart. Even when Japanese Zero speaks rudely, she'll say it in a more light-hearted tone. The main difference between them lies in the attitude. Zero is a character that has been shaped into a stoic killer because of her traumatic childhood where she had to fend for herself. She's beyond exploding at people for no reason. Her Japanese character just shows a sense of maturity that her English one doesn't. Zero is overall a very determined character. In English, she feels as if she's excited to kill the other intoners off, whilst in Japanese, she does it because she carries a sense of guilt. Again, maturity and a sense of duty. In Japanese, she almost has an air of superiority about her. She's less bark and more, okay, let's just do this thing because I have other stuff I need to get to and you need to be dead for me to be able to complete my mission, so let's get this over with and move on. I will admit that I was one of those people who paid for the Japanese voices purely because it featured a lot of voice actors that I'm a big fan of. I've only ever completed the game in English once, and I was shocked as to how different Zero was, because to me, it felt as if her character would be the easiest one to localize just because of how laid back she is. She's not polite in any kind of way, but she's not a raging hothead that'll scream at anyone or anything. A part of me can't help but to fear that the localization team had trouble pinning Zero's personality down in the midst of the other characters in Drakenguard 3, since a lot of them are very explosive and colorful. So in order to compensate and make sure that the main character felt equally colorful as some of the side characters, Zero was made into someone else when the game was localized. In Japanese though, Zero's character contrasts a lot with some of the more explosive characters by just how calm she is. In the original, 0 and 1 are very much like one another, which is something that I really appreciated because I felt as if it added a lot to the relationship between 0 and the oldest one of the sisters. But in English, that same resemblance isn't really there anymore. The best way that I can explain it is that in Japanese, it's almost as if Zero is more of a mother figure to the intoners, but in English, she's more of the tyrant big sister. The same goes for the relationship between Zero and Mikhail. The chemistry between Mikhail and Zero is very different because of how differently English Zero and Japanese Zero play off him. Of course, Japanese and English are two vastly different languages, and it's impossible to carry over the exact wording when working with the two of them. But I'm tired of people being too lenient with localizations. I mentioned this in my previous Lost in Translation video as well, but there's no harm in localizations unless the original message of said thing that is being localized is lost.
You can definitely see from the previous video she used more examples in the more recent video, and you can also tell the time lapse given the quality of the microphone audio. This microphone that she's using in this video is a lot rougher around the edges. I wish she would give more examples rather than just talking about her interpretation. I guess she was still sort of developing at this point. Examples are a very important thing. I remember I did pull that up in the previous video at the beginning where I was like, okay, well, I heard the Japanese in Japanese, but there's no subtitle. Please, give me the English translation or the English subtitles. And in the following example, she actually explained in layman terms what the Japanese delivery pretty much amounts to. Even the 2B video only had like 3 lines versus a lot of the talking about the differences. Yeah, well, that is a good point. But at least in the 2B video, she had a little more examples than here. Over here, she's just like talking about it on the assumption that we know what the Japanese delivery is like. I'm sort of using my imagination.
Been a minor character, I wouldn't have cared as much. Surely I would still have noticed the difference, but considering that Zero is the game's main character, it's very hard to overlook how different she is. English Zero isn't bad,
She gonna get
but
stabbed!
when comparing her to the Japanese version, you can tell that you're dealing with 2 different characters, and therefore she is not what she was originally intended to be. Simple as that. Trust me, I know that being a translator is not an easy job. There are tons of works that are borderline impossible to translate and localize to make enjoyable for an English-speaking audience. My goal isn't just to sit here and try to convince you that localizations and dubs are the root of all evil, because that's just not true. The whole dub versus sub thing is a super common debate that comes up a lot when discussing movies, animation, and video games. Obviously, it ultimately comes down to preference. Working as a translator requires a lot of knowledge about not only the language that you're working with, but also the culture. The best translation is usually not a literal one, and you're expected to take some liberties, but you wouldn't completely change the message of what someone was saying for the sake of making it more appealing to the people listening.
You gotta also take into consideration the Drakenguard 3 was a little bit of a, in Clem's words, hot mess, because there were severe budgetary limitations, which is why it played like a slideshow. They didn't have the budget, which probably means they didn't have the time either. So there were a lot of constraints, which resulted in a lot of corners being cut. One of them was the gameplay, which is, you know, kind of like 90% of the game. So as soon as you're cutting, you know, budget out of the gameplay, you stop really caring about the cultural translation from Japanese to English.
Original creator's message being lost in translation will always be a reoccurring risk with localizations. A majority of localizations are inaccurate translations because of the fact that certain words, idioms, and speech patterns just don't translate into other languages. Some changes are completely necessary in order to make a work understandable. The problem occurs, however, when the original work loses its meaning or has its meaning twisted, as that is essentially just rewriting the meaning of the original because it wasn't seen as adaptable enough. Instead of giving
And that's a good point. One thing, besides the whole adaptable thing, having Zero's personality as very hot-headed and, I don't know, sweary, does make up for a lot of the gameplay shortcomings because her personality carries the story a lot more than the Japanese counterpart. If I was playing or watching Drakenguard 3 and she was very to business, you know, Marky-like, with very little emotion and very straight to the point and not insulting anyone, I would get bored very quickly. Whereas in the Clem's video, we saw her spouting insults left, right, and center, swearing, screaming at her sisters. That was a lot more interesting and drew attention away from the gameplay shortcomings. So it could have also been a tactical choice in the localization, which, if that was what they had in mind, worked really well. Because you got to understand that Western audiences, one of the reasons why a lot of Japanese games fail in the Western market is the attention span of the West. Western audiences want flashy, want now. They want the instant gratification now. Whereas Japanese audiences are a lot more patient. They're willing to put in the time and the hours for the payoff. Whereas Western audiences, if she doesn't blow up now, if it doesn't have a punchline now, they get bored very quickly. Which is why a lot of people never even finished past Route B in Nier Automata, or even went past Trial A, Trial 1 or 2 in Danganronpa. The attention span is just shorter.
Giving us the original story, we're presented with a story that we're expected to like more based on linguistics and cultural norms. A localization's responsibility is to take a character and fit that character into a certain mold. The mold looks different depending on what language and culture that the localization team is working with, of course, but in order to fit a character into this mold built up of completely different cultural norms and linguistics, some parts may need to be cut off in order for them to fit. However, if they take away too much, they might just have to add something else to the character instead to even it out. This becomes problematic when it differentiates itself too much from the original creator's vision simply for the sake of popularity and sales. This really should go without saying, but since I did clarify it in my previous Lost in Translation video, I'll say it here again. This does not have anything to do with the voice actors themselves, merely the scripts and the localization of the character. Voice actors are only given scripts and directives. Then it's up to them to perform the version of the character that the director instructs them to perform. I'm not particularly biased towards either Tara Platt or Maya Uchida. There's nothing wrong with the performance of either Japanese or English Zero, but they're not the same. Maya sounds very soft and calm. She obviously raises her voice when she she has to during emotional scenes, but overall she has a very low and very cool tone. Terra has a more aggressive and malicious tone overall. Terra Zero sounds pissed off, where Maya Zero sounds indifferent. Obviously, you are allowed to like English Zero more, and you are allowed to like Japanese Zero more. It's a matter of preference, and I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong for liking one more than the other, as different characters resonate differently with different players. Just because something's been well localized and is seen as adaptable for another audience or another culture shouldn't give it a free card to ignore the source material. The point of localization is to take the material and make it understandable for another culture. When you start ignoring the source material in order to make tweaks to make it seem more appealing to your audience is usually when things tend to go haywire. With a game like Drakenguard 3 where the Japanese voices weren't as easily accessible as most games nowadays that are equipped with dual audio, I think it's upsetting that Zero is so different. Considering that players would have to pay to find out what the original Zero was intended to be, I feel as if a lot of people missed out because she is a very unique and complicated character. I hope you learned something new today, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching.
Definitely would have liked at least a few examples. That would have been nice. Because I totally get the opinion, but if I had I not watched Clem's video that had heaps of cutscene examples, I would have just been like, this makes zero sense to me. This makes zero sense to me. Okay, what's up next? My god. Before this live stream, we had, you know, that folder of videos which I prepared. Now, during this live stream, the list of videos just keeps getting longer. Okay, let's watch this one. Nier Automata be like, alright, let's just watch it. 19 seconds. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think we watched this last week, but let's just watch it again. Because why not? I like the memes. And now my recommendation is gonna be all anime loots, isn't it? That's see how that shit works? See how that shit works? See how that shit works? Now you know how YouTube works. You watch one 18-second clip and then your entire anime feed. She's spouting insults in Japanese as well, but they often sound more, I want to say, affectionate. I enjoy English localization in Spike and Square Enix's game, no matter how superior the Japanese voices are. I don't know. I personally, in the case of the Danganronpa games and in the case of Nier Automata, I loved the English voices because the delivery was on point and for the characters. Though I did enjoy watching the anime in sub, playing the game in sub is very difficult as a streamer, as you saw during the class trials, because reading it out, it just makes it near impossible. So I don't know. It probably, I mean, when the source material is in Japanese, it has an advantage because the creator thought of it in Japanese. Whereas when you're localizing it, you have to convert it. But at the same time, I wouldn't say certain games are always superior in one language over the other, because the delivery can be just as good. It can be just as good. So, I mean, that's the thing. Is that your video? Is that your video as in you made it? Or is that the video you recommended? That's the real question. Oh, the Fable one. Is that your video? Did you make it? That'd be insane if you actually made it. Or is it the one you recommended? Why I love Nier Automata? Well, I know you love Nier Automata, but I need examples, woman. All 26 endings explained. Alright, 5 minutes. Let's do it. I noticed that you like to do really 5-minute videos, which is cool. But one thing I did notice about Valky is that in 2 of her videos so far, she said that it's just her opinion and it's not criticizing the voice actors or actresses. I personally never thought for a second that she was criticizing anyone. So I don't know if she's second guessing herself or she feels guilty or if people in the comments section are attacking her, huffing and puffing and typing really loudly saying you shouldn't question the voice actors and actresses. I don't think anyone was saying, do you know what I mean? All right, here we go. Nier Automata, all 26 endings explained in 5 minutes. Let's do it.
Number 1. Ending A. Flowers for Machines, the first achievable main game ending. 2B and 9S defeat Eve, but during the battle, 9S is infected by the logic virus and is strangled by 2B. 9S then uploads his consciousness to a nearby robot body, and 2B monologues about the future of Yorha and the machines. Number 2. Ending B, or Not to Be, the second main game ending. It's the same as ending A, except 9S monologues this time. Number 3. Ending C, Meaningless Code, the third main game ending, achievable by choosing to play as A2. During A2's and 9S's battle at the top of the tower, A2 cuts off 9S's arm and hacks him in order to remove the virus from him. 9S is carried away and A2 is buried as the tower crumbles. Number 4. Ending D, Childhood's End, the fourth main game ending, achievable by choosing to play as 9S. During A2's and 9S's battle at the top of the tower, A2 is caught off guard by a memory of 2B telling her to take care of 9S. 9S takes this opportunity to counterattack her, only to be stabbed himself. A2 and 9S both die. The tower launches an arc containing information about the machines and humanity into space. Number 5. Ending E, The End of Yorha, the final main game ending. Pod 042 and Pod 153 recover fragments of data remaining from the Yorhas in an attempt to restore them and bring them back to life, but only if the player successfully completes a final shooting segment. Number 6. Ending F, Mission Failed. After being knocked out of the air by Engels, 9S is unable to repair his system and breaks down. Number 7. Ending G, Hungry for Knowledge. Instead of taking care of his mission, 9S runs the opposite direction and neglects 2B. Number 8. Ending H, A Mountain Too High. 2B and 9S decide to ignore the Goliath that's attacking the city and instead run the other way. Number 9. Ending I, No I in Team. After defeating Adam and setting 9S free, 2B walks out of the copied city without helping 9S. Number 10. Ending J, Bad Judgment. After encountering the machine cult in the abandoned factory, 2B starts killing them. Number 11. Ending K, Aji wo kutta. Jackass emails the Yorhouse about a fish she found. After speaking to her, they obtain a mackerel. They eat the mackerel, only to have the fish oil gunk up their systems and kill them. Number 12. Ending L, Lone Wolf. Instead of helping the androids at the resistance camp, 2B runs the other way and leaves them to die. Number 13. Ending M, Break Time. Instead of helping Pascal's village when it's under attack, A2 runs the other way and leaves them to die. Number 14. Ending N, No Man's Village. The Yorhas kill every single machine in Pascal's village. Number 15. Ending O, Just You and Me. 2B and 9S abandon their mission in the city ruins and run off. Number 16. Ending P, Corruption. 2B dies from the logic virus before she can reach A2. Number 17. Ending Q, Questionable Actions. Instead of going to search for 2B's body, 9S runs off. Number 18. Ending R, Maverick. A2 kills the machine children in the abandoned factory. Why is that blade with lightning? Number 19. Ending S, City Escape. When Devila and Popola are sacrificing themselves to help open up the tower, 9S runs away instead of hacking the tower. Number 20. Ending T, Fatal Error. The Yorhas remove their OS chip, causing them to stop functioning. Number 21. Ending U, Debunked. 2B and 9S self-destruct while they're in the bunker, taking the entire bunker down with them. The commander is very upset. Number 22. Ending V, Reckless Bravery. When Devila and Popola are sacrificing themselves to help open up the tower, 9S joins them in fighting against the machines and they're all wiped out. Good job, 9s! Number 23. Ending W, Broken Wings. 2B's flight unit is shot down before she manages to reach the abandoned factory. Number 24. Ending X, Time to Relax. Instead of helping 2B fight off the other infected Yorha units, A2 runs away instead. Number 25. Ending Y, Heady Battle. After the battle with Emil in the desert, the Yorhas allow him to self-destruct. And finally, ending 26. Ending Z, Overzealous. After taking the time to kill the machine lifeforms that were attacking Pascal, A2 then kills him herself.
I want that lightning blade!
So that was all 26 Automata endings. Now go out there and collect them yourselves. What? You watched this video because you didn't feel like collecting them all yourself?
Basically.
Come on, that's so lazy. Come on, it's not even that hard. All you gotta do is just...
You're not my mother.
I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching.
Wait, 2B gets to, A2 gets to go down there? That doesn't work. And this looks like a gender bent guy from like the first Drakenguard game. I was just like, what? Did we watch this? Let me see really quickly if I recognize it.
Nier Automata. Visually across all of your senses, 3D hack and slash, a statement so true.
I don't think we actually watched it yet. We'll have to watch it. I think you have it. The lightning happens when you upgrade it. Yeah. Bitch, don't tell me what to do, Mr. Popo 2020. We haven't actually seen Nier Automata, the masterpiece you won't play, but I'm actually curious. What is this Russian one?
Not alone anymore.
Oh, this is the VAs reading the book. Wow, like they are the MVPs. The fact that they actually read the book in their respective voices. As a reviewer, unless you make it clear that you are reviewing is your opinion, then you will be attacked by comments, so probably why she said it with her own opinion. Or as I say, if you don't like my opinion, you can go shove it up your ass. That's basically what I say. Like, when you state your opinion on the internet, people are going to disagree with you. And that's completely fine. But, you know what? They're gonna attack you anyway, so, like, fuck it. At some point, you just gotta realize that no matter what you say, people are gonna attack you for it. And you know what you just gotta say? You just gotta say, fuck it. Alright, so the next video we're gonna play is Nier Automata, the masterpiece you probably won't play, that we probably have played. But first, give me a quick 2-minute break, because I did just, like, down 2 of these cans, and my entire metabolism is dying. The internet is a safe place. Yeah, nah. So I'm going to play another quick Nier Automata song for you guys while we are taking a quick 2-minute break. And then when we are back, we will continue with Nier Automata, the masterpiece you probably won't play. I think this song is very fitting. Enjoy. Be right back. Grab a quick snack, grab a quick drink. We'll be back real quick.
僕らは今あの価値でも叫ぶあの壊れた世界の歌そう僕らは今
I disagree. The internet is a safe place. The internet is a war zone. There's disagreement and there's crazy fans who will murder you when you're asleep. I'd like to see them try. I think the internet underestimates our community and how batshit crazy everyone here actually is. Like, people underestimate how crazy our community is. Alright, here we go. Nier Automata, the masterpiece you probably won't play. This will be our final video because we've hit the 4-hour mark. If I do any other videos, I'll have to do them separately because I did promise the sponsors we will do a game of Warcraft 3 very soon. So let's do this video and wrap it up. I just wanted to mention really quickly that we will be playing Persona 5 Royale on launch. The donation goal is set up. We haven't reached it yet. And anime and abridged are being reacted to. And anything that cannot be uploaded on Ninja Kuma Reacts is going up on the Ninja Kuma Patreon. So if we go Patreon Ninja Kuma, you can find us. Here goes. You just search Ninja Kuma Patreon and we come up. And we are posting Dragon Ball Z Abridged, of course. Bleach S Abridged. RWBY. Tokyo Ghoul Abridged. Akame ga Kill Abridged. And we will be posting anime very soon. So I'll be watching it during the week. So let's enjoy our final Nier Automata video. If you guys want to watch some reactions, go over to the Ninja Kuma Reacts channel. It's there. Alright, final video, and then we're heading over for some Warcraft 3. Everyone loves this as their opening scene. They love this one. They love this one. They love this one.
Let me begin by saying that I've worked on this review for 7 full days. I played Nier Automata over 2 days, and I've devoted the other 5 to preparing this video. I literally didn't upload a single video to my channel this week so that I could work on this review, where I typically upload about 5 times per week. And I put in that amount of work for 2 reasons. Firstly, if you're anything like me, you're not going to play Nier Automata. You look at the cover image and it looks like some weird Japanese hack and slash starring some kinky French-made dominatrix, and you say, no thanks. You see the bullet hell sequences and its weird 8-bit stuff and you think, gimmick, I'm good.
Yep.
I get it. That was me 7 days ago. But the reason I'm making this video is because Nier is so unbelievably worth playing that if I can convince a single person to play this game after this review, it will have been 7 days well spent. The second reason I'm making this review is a little more personal. I'll admit that for the past 7 days, I felt like a bit of a crazy person and have seriously questioned my own judgment as someone who appreciates video games. I've scoured the internet for a single reputable review that I feel acknowledges and expresses how much of an unmitigated achievement Nier Automata is, but I'm yet to find one. If you scan Metacritic, you'll find that most of the more respected publications are scoring the game at around 90%, which is obviously an excellent score. But if you actually read or watch their reviews as I have, you'll sense a disconnect between what they are writing, which is typically gushing praise, and how they finally score the game. For me, the scores do not match what they are writing or saying, because these reviewers are describing a 10 out of 10 experience and yet putting a 9 out of 10 at the end of it. The closest I got to a review that did this game justice was Jim Sterling's, but this is also the perfect example of the phenomena I'm describing. Jim declared Nier one of the most important games ever to be released, and so eloquently dropped the mic at the end of his review by saying, if history forgets this game, then fuck history. He then went on to score the game 9 out of 10. None of this makes any sense to me at all. If these publications are holding back, I can only guess why, because they certainly aren't explaining it in their reviews. Perhaps I'm crazy and Nier is just a really great game, like a whole bunch of other really great games out at the moment. Or perhaps I'm not crazy, and Nier is the caliber of masterpiece that's true value can only be discerned many years after it arrives, and after its impact has had the chance to permeate other experiences that follow it. For now, I'm gonna bet the house on this latter statement. I'll proudly stake what little credibility I might have on the assertion that I think the entire gaming industry, while celebrating Nier Automata, is drastically understating how incredible and important it is. Nier Automata is a rare breakthrough moment in the history of our medium, and it's for this reason that I've poured so much love and care into this review. I want there to be at least one review out there that calls this game for what it is. A masterpiece that is an absolute must-play for anyone who appreciates video games, or good storytelling, or incredible music, or true innovation in any of the elements I have just listed. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly submit to you my review of Nier Automata.
It's kind of true. They gave it such accolades, but they only gave it a 9. What the hell? What's going on here? What?
If you ever watch a street performer, you'll notice something very important about the way they structure and deliver their performances. More than any other type of performance, they constantly seek to exceed and reset your expectations, such that in the very limited time that they perform for you, which is typically only 2 to 5 minutes, they deliver something that is not only above what you expected, but beyond what you could have imagined when you first passed this person on the street. In regular intervals, the performance is ratcheted up to continue to delight the crowd. It's all about the performer using every second available to them and to make each one of them count, such that the audience is so impressed and so overwhelmed with the scale of the achievement that they feel practically forced to drop dollars into the hat because they got well and truly more value than they could have anticipated when they first took the risk to stop in the middle of the street and watch some random stranger perform for them. I bring up this example because as I played through Nier Automata, achieving all 5 of its truly worthwhile endings, I couldn't help but feel that the people who made it would have also made really great street performers. Because every second of Nier Automata has at its core
Is
an
anyone
urgency
thinking of
to
Abe
delight and
Odyssey right now?
surprise, to challenge expectations and reset them just when the player thinks they've found their measure. Where other games are willing to drop a great moment or surprise and then rest on the laurels of that moment for hours, Nier is ferociously seeking to deliver you the next great moment as quickly as possible, with an equally ferocious desire to ensure that the new moment is both different and better than the previous one. Some days later, I watched an interview with the game's visionary, Yoko Taro, who said this.
個人的には僕は毎回違うタイプのゲームを作りたいなと思っていて、いろんなチャレンジをしているんですけれども、最終的にやはり同じ人間が考えているものですので、どこか似てしまうというところがあると思うんですね。こう自分自身が今まで作ってきたものに共通点があるとしたら、それは個人的にはちょっと失敗があるなというふうに考えています。いろんなトリプルAのタイトルを見て、すごく面白いな、美しいなと思うんですけれども、プレイし始めて20分ぐらいすると、あとこれが20時間続くのかっていう気持ちになって、ちょっとそれに疲れちゃったんですよね。できればそういう未来が見えない、もうちょっと不安定な変化し続けるゲームを作りたいなと思って考え出したのがニーヤの前作のコンセプトで、本作ニーヤオートマタについてもそれは継承されてます。
But Nier is more than its surprises. A lot more. Nier is one of the most technically, thematically, visually, narratively, and orally congruent experiences ever delivered by any medium ever. Be it in film or television or music or theatre or whatever. It joins a rare pantheon standing alongside Dark Souls, Metal Gear Solid, Ghost in the Shell, Evangelion, and any other number of instant, nerd culture classic experiences that completely dazzle and force us to rethink
a man of
things as we attempt
culture
to make sense of them. And as with those other classics, understanding the greatness of Nier is as much about understanding the achievement of its individual elements as it is about appreciating the greater than the sum of its parts magic that is achieved when they are combined. So let's explore those parts now.
Evangelion. I just want to point this out. We were driving back from Melbourne yesterday to Sydney, and the MGS theme started playing on my Spotify because, of course, it recommends songs. And Hachan is like, "Oh, that's your favorite game." And I'm just sort of thinking like, yeah, it is. And then she was just humming the theme, and I'm just like, a woman of culture, I see. She's heard it so many times that it's just like embedded. Get in the Ava, Shinji!
Many of you will no doubt remember Evangelion. I remember watching Ava for the first time when I was a teenager, and for me, both then and now, Ava provokes so much in me all at once. It's a deeply thought-provoking exercise because it asks and answers spiritual, moral, and logical questions while telling an intensely personal story about family, friendship, and love. There's a pervasive emotional and rational intelligence to it that you can't find in many other experiences. And I bring it up here because Nier is imbued with the same emotional and intellectual gravitas that made Ava so wonderful. The premise of Nier is simple. You are an android, 2B, and along with your squadmate, 9S, you are the vanguard in a battle against evil machines that have taken over Earth. Humans have fled to the moon and are eager to return once the war is won. You begin with a standard mission brief, kill a target, and from there the story begins to evolve. What emerges, slowly at first and then at blistering pace, is a deeply engaging, brilliantly written, brilliantly acted story about a group of people all connected in fascinating ways, who seek to explore and understand the complexities of a world that is clearly keeping a great deal from them. And the desire to understand more about the characters and the world creates in you, the player, a genuine sense of urgency to push forward the story in a way that most other games can only hope to achieve. And I think this reminder of how good a video game story can be is rather timely. I played Nier Automata immediately after playing Mass Effect Andromeda, and for me the difference was striking. Mass Effect is a game that prides itself on the strength of its narrative, and my intent here is absolutely not to belittle Mass Effect Andromeda, but I must confess here that in my view, the sharp, intelligent, and poignant writing of Nier Automata contextualizes the failure of Mass Effect Andromeda even more to deliver on its core promise, and even contextualizes the much lauded achievement of the recent Horizon Zero Dawn. As I think about other games I've played recently, I find myself reflecting on the stories that they told as compared to Nier, and in my view the difference in quality and originality is huge. But I suppose I could say that about a lot of narrative-driven games. Not since Metal Gear Solid 1 have I had my video game narrative expectations so drastically reset in such a short time. And the story does not relent for 35 hours. When you think you've finished Nier Automata, you absolutely have not even close. After your first 15-hour playthrough, you'll unlock a New Game Plus, which allows you to replay a large portion of your first playthrough, but from the perspective of another character. There are many out there who feel like the second playthrough of the game is a little too like the first, and I certainly agree with them. While the new perspective provided by the New Game Plus mode provides incredible perspective-shifting moments, they do come somewhat infrequently when compared to the pace that we might like. In my view, it would have been better to deliver these moments through some other, more condensed means. Be that as it may, I wonder if there wasn't some method in Platinum Games' madness here. I remember reading an interview with the creator of Metal Gear Solid, Hideo Kojima, about his infamous decision to make us play Raiden in Metal Gear Solid 2, and his response always stayed with me. He said, and I'm definitely paraphrasing here, "The only way that I could continue to develop Snake as a character was to allow you to view him from the outside. The player themselves cannot be the myth or the legend. For true mythology to exist, it has to be something outside of ourselves. Something we cannot be or even touch." The second playthrough of Nier, allowing you to play through the perspective of 9S, delivers on this idea. By being able to observe the heroine 2B from outside herself, you gain a new appreciation for her strength and motivations as a character, while new plot details are slowly drip-fed throughout the course of your second adventure. It's an exercise in repetition with the intent of evoking attachment, familiarity, and at times awe as you see 2B fight alongside you and for you. It's a narrative device that I think will find as many admirers as detractors, but I applaud it for the courage of its intent, and because enough effort was put in to make sure the experience was meaningfully different from the first playthrough. Whatever your view of the second playthrough, the third will again thrill you, and the 3 additional endings that branch from this are the real endings of the game. The third playthrough is a totally different story from the first, using only the game world as the constant. Everything else has changed, and the result is that your first 2 playthroughs begin to feel more like a prologue to these final acts. I cannot speak more of it without spoiling details, but suffice it to say this is not a 15-hour game, it is a 35 or 40-hour game, and the game uses every single hour of that to deliver an ever-evolving, deepening and gripping story from start to finish. As I reflect back on the epic that is Nier Automata's story, I'm reminded of the feelings it evoked in me more than the specific plot points. A genuine connection to the characters, a desperation to learn what's coming next, a willing suspension of disbelief, and a constant thought process of decoding clues and hints and minor character tells to deduce their meaning in the context of the broader story. Like any great thriller or suspense, Nier knows how to engage the emotional and logical parts of your brain in equal measure, and the convincing characterizations will win over all but the most cynical viewers. You don't need to be a fan of Japanese anime or sci-fi to appreciate Nier's narrative. It stands on its own 2 feet the way that any great story does. The game world in which Nier Automata is set is either by design or by accident a masterstroke of level design. Anyone who has played Dark Souls will know the compact and interconnected design of the original game, with the Firelink Shrine serving as your literal hearth and the rest of the game branching around it. But Nier takes this idea further by compacting the world even further and choosing to use it as more of a theatre stage than a traditional video game environment. To return to the Dark Souls example, the Dark Souls world may be interconnected, but you visit each area only once to progress through the game, and subsequent visits are typically only to use the space as a thoroughfare access to get to a new area. Nier sets up a number of key landmark areas, and then reuses these spaces to tell different stories. In one large square just outside of the Resistance camp, which is sort of the base, I fought a giant oil rig mech, and I chatted with the wreckage of another one, and I flew through there in a bullet hell sequence, and I fought to protect my squad mate from a group of androids all gone haywire. This was literally all in the one game space that I kept revisiting again and again over the 35 hours. And while some may call this laziness on the part of the developer, I call it genius. I developed a level of familiarity with the space that I achieve in so few games, because the truth is we rarely grow connected to the environments we play in, or come to truly know them, that is, in single-player, story-driven games at least. But here, I came to know the world intimately, and every return to a landmark reminded me of the 2 or 3 or 5 incredible story combat moments I've had there before, and how far I'd come since that time. We fondly remember the Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls because it felt like home and it held memories for us. Here in Nier, almost every part of the map becomes its own Firelink Shrine, a place brimming with familiar memories. As we move either to or through each of these areas, we're not loathing the backtracking, but we're nostalgic. It's a strange sensation to be feeling when an experience is still so fresh in your mind. And all the while, you find yourself captivated by the beauty of the world. The drab, decaying city ruins tells the story of a lost civilization. The Forest Kingdom invokes genuine awe as we gaze up at the towering castle. I'll never forget the first moment I arrived at the amusement park to see its Disney-style facade and fireworks abloom. Each space within this small open world is striking and carefully constructed because space is at a premium. Where games like Fallout or Skyrim or Ghost Recon create vast tracts of empty, forgettable space between its major set pieces, Nier invests something special in each space it creates, and creates a visual signature that you cannot but appreciate. But perhaps the biggest star of the open world is the music, so let's talk about that now.
Phenomenal music. A really good review so far.
To understand the utterly incomparable magnificence of Nier Automata's soundtrack, you need to understand a few things. Firstly, each song is a delight. There are around 40 of them in total, and not a single one of them is weak. They are beautiful, they are interesting, they are haunting, and they are tonally rich. Where many games can have 2 or 3 standout songs, Nier has 40 of them. It completely astounds me that someone can have such an incredibly consistent taste in what makes excellent music. But clearly the game's composer, Keiichi Okabe, is one such person. The second thing to appreciate about Nier's soundtrack is the way that each song has essentially been deconstructed into 7 parts, with or without vocals being 2 of those, and within each of those there are 3 layers: quiet, medium, and dynamic. Finally, many songs have been rendered into an 8-bit version to fit the hacking mode minigame you'll often be engaging in when you're playing as 9S. The breadth of the soundscape and its deconstructed layers enables the composer to convey a very specific intent or emotion consistent with the location where that moment is taking place. Take this scene at the amusement park, for example, which is unquestionably one of the strongest and most striking moments in the game. Here at the opening, we hear the basic stems of the amusement track titillating and hinting of the wonder waiting inside. Notice the playful xylophone creating that real theme park sense that's whimsical and familiar. Next, let's up the intensity as we get closer to the center of this strange and mysterious world that we're exploring. Finally, let's hop on a roller coaster and prepare for sensory bombardment as the track is fully unleashed to marry up with the chaos of the gameplay.
No one else even went into this. This is just freaking amazing. This is a good review. This is an amazing review. No one even mentioned this.
It's absolutely dazzling, and it's just one example. There are dozens more of these moments in the game, literally dozens. As I wrote over the space of a week, it became apparent to me that the English language is missing a word to describe the perfect fusion of sound and visuals. A word that succinctly says that yes, this sound belongs with this image. If such a word existed, it would apply to every moment of Nier Automata. Sadly, no such word exists at this time. But as I searched for this word that didn't exist, I was reminded of another word, synesthesia, which is defined as the production of a sense impression relating to one sense or part of the body by stimulation of another sense or part of the body. Looking back on Nier, I realized that this is absolutely the perfect word to describe its effect on you as you play it, as so much of the simultaneous stimulation across all of your senses is guided by the incredible score. Nier's soundtrack is, in my view, the best video game soundtrack in the history of video games. Better than Shadow of the Colossus, better than Journey, better than Hotline Miami, better than Doom or Chrono Trigger or Cross or Persona 4, and yes, even better than Tony Hawk 2. It is simply the most inspired music selection ever to grace a video game, and so expertly delivered on a technical level that it beggars belief that this is the first most of us will have heard of this composer. Keiichi Okabe has long been known to fans of Nier and Drakenguard, but he will now be known to the entire gaming world, and by God are we the better for it.
Can we like pause, find the link to this and actually comment this and give him a massive like, because the man deserves it. no wonder review went into the music, and like you guys mentioned, it's so flawless that no one notices it. You typically only notice things that stick out because they're missing something or something's wrong. But in this case, it just goes so well together that we don't even notice it. I can't even find it. Let's do it at the end of the video.
When I first saw trailers and coverage for Nier Automata, my first reaction was to ignore it because of how gimmicky I thought the gameplay looked. I'm not a fan of hack and slash combat because I typically find it quite dull, and nor am I a fan of bullet hell twin stick shooter gameplay since I find it gets pretty boring pretty fast. I'm also not a fan of games that deviate too far from their core gameplay loops in the name of providing gameplay diversity, since I find that diversity is typically at the cost of that core gameplay loop, and it's typically a step down from what we'd expect. So when I saw that Nier had all three of these things, I very quickly determined that Nier was not for me. It was only on the advice of a friend that I gave the game a chance, and I would not have changed my mind on the matter had I not seen for myself how well each of these components actually work, but more importantly how thematically and mechanically linked they are. The core of Nier's combat is a Platinum Game style hack and slash game. Think Bayonetta meets Devil May Cry and you have the general gist of it. It must be said that the combat feels incredible. It's a little bit awkward at first, but after a small amount of time with the system, it gives way to a feeling of true connectedness with your character, with the shallow button mashing style of play intelligently augmented by a brilliantly implemented dodging system, plus a drone at your side that lays down constant fire between his special abilities like a giant laser cannon. You're going to do a lot of fighting in Nier, and after some 35 hours I can say that at no point did I tire of charging headlong into a group of enemies ready to cleave them in half. Even now as I say these words, 35 hours behind me, I long to log in again and start fighting. It is absolutely wonderful. While there's plenty of weapons and graceful combos to be had, the true strength of Nier's combat lies in its enemies. There's only around a dozen or so of them in the game, but they evolve throughout the course of your playthrough to gain new abilities, and they are combined in different ways and in different locations to tremendous effect. A lone spearman is easily managed, but 20 spearmen chasing after me means I need to adapt to an entirely different fighting style or I risk being skewered. 10 floating enemies at once is fine, but put a few ground troops into the mix as well, and I quickly find myself needing to adapt my combat style yet again. You're always going to be pushing the attack button in this game, no doubt, but your brain will always be engaged because the diversity of enemies and enemy combinations will make every single encounter feel fresh and interesting in ways you could never expect. But this is only the beginning of Nier's gameplay diversity. In addition to a 3D hack and slash mode, the game often pivots to deliver a 2D side-scroller experience, and then suddenly it puts you in a mech and is delivering a 3D bullet hell experience. And then suddenly you have to hack a machine and it delivers a 2D bullet hell sequence inside of the machine's AI world. There are in essence 4 gameplay modes in Nier at all times, and Nier is totally unafraid to move between them when you least suspect it to awesome effect. And the genius of this diversity is that it's actually not as diverse as it might appear because of the thematic and mechanical congruence I alluded to earlier. The 3D hack and slash gameplay is often peppered with its own bullet hell dodging style play. Through your pod sidekick, you're also constantly firing your weapon, not unlike a bullet hell game. When the camera switches perspective to 2D, your entire moveset from the 3D game is intact, making the transition seamless. When you're in your mech during the bullet hell sequences, you're still dodging through attacks as you would in the 3D hack and slash moments. And during the unique hacking sequences, you're still dodging some projectiles and shooting others just as you do in both the hack and slash mode and the bullet hell mode. And the hacking sequence actually makes sense because you're an android and of course you can hack in to the machine world in order to destroy its AI. Where other games awkwardly parachute in random game modes to keep things interesting, the result is typically something cheap and compromised because it isn't properly woven into core gameplay mechanics. In the case of Nier, you get the sense that there is one gameplay system at work the entire time. and you're simply able to enjoy it from a variety of perspectives. It's genius because it's at all times flawless, except that maybe there's a bit too much hacking during some of the playthroughs. There's a great deal more to Nier that I haven't discussed yet. There's its subtle and intelligent handling of deep philosophical ideas, its genuinely interesting sense of humor, its remarkably elegant progression and upgrade system, and its hit and miss open world side quest structure. But I feel to cover all of these things in the way they should be covered would push this already very long review into the feature-length movie territory of no thank you, I have better things to do. I spoke earlier about synesthesia, which is the phenomenon where one sense stimulates the other sense. Nier Automata is game design synesthesia. Every part of the game lends itself to complementing, accentuating, and enlarging the other parts of the game, and it happens in almost every second of its 35-hour duration. The title Game of a Generation is not one that can be given during the generation itself, but can only be given long after that generation has finished. I remember when The Last of Us was released, which was at the tail end of the PS3 life cycle, and many people immediately labelled it the game of the generation because it was certainly a very accomplished experience. But in retrospect, I wonder if other titles such as Mass Effect 2, or the Bungie-led Halo 2 or 3, or of course the seminal Dark Souls, had more of an impact on the trajectory of our medium during that generation. In this way, no one can responsibly say that Nier is the game of the generation, and I'm absolutely not saying that now, but mark my words, Nier will unquestionably be spoken of when those games of the generation lists are compiled. The director, Yoko Taro, is a man with a cult following behind him, but I suspect he will now join the ranks of other named bosses like Hideo Kojima of Metal Gear fame, Shigeru Miyamoto of Nintendo fame, or Hidetaki Miyazaki of Dark Souls fame. As the influence of Nier ripples across our medium for the next 5 or 10 years, Yoko Taro will be a man that we unquestionably see more of. Easy Allies, the game critics, commented that true authorship is a rare thing in video games, a statement so true in so many contexts, and especially here, where Taro has crafted a marvel of an experience that deserves the status that no one else seems willing to give it. Masterpiece. Yoko Taro, Keiichi Okabe, and the entire Platinum Games team, thank you so much. You have given me an experience I will never forget, and I hope that this review will prompt at least one more person to have that experience as well.
It does deserve a 10. It does deserve a 10, without a doubt. It deserves a 10. Because it did it so well. It's a self-contained game. It deserves a 10 for what it did. Amazing experience. Amazing. Self-contained too. But the lucky thing is that I found that some people, even Matt, who doesn't want to play Japanese games, is going to play Nier Automata because we mentioned it, because we play, because we talk about it, and because we talk about it, we talk it up so much. So reviews like this, people like you that have been recommended this game, people that have been pushing this game, get people that would otherwise never touch this game to play it, appreciate it, and push it onto others. That's the beauty of it. And that's the mark of a good game. If a game is not outstanding, no one's going to be recommending and pushing it. So let's write a quick, nice comment. Out of all the reviews on YouTube, yours is the only to mention and highlight the music. It's shocking how it blends together so well that you don't even notice the subtle changes. I don't even spell English. From one MGS fan to another, big boss salute you, good sir. And I'll like the comment so you guys can basically see it. If you go in his video, I'll link you the video. Thank you for messaging it to me. I Googled it really quickly while we were watching. Amazing. Go give him a like. Go give him a like. Like, I'm happy to see someone like this have 500,000. It's really good. An amazing review. An amazing review. No one ever brought up the whole music thing. This is just freaking amazing. Thank you guys for recommending this game. Thank you for sticking with me for another 4.5 hours of reactions. Thank you for requesting videos. We can't get through all of them. We got through all the ones that we received by this morning, but a lot of requests were added during this live stream, which unfortunately we didn't get to see, but maybe I'll watch them one by one over the course of time. Thank you, sponsors and donators, for donating the goddamn PlayStation 4 that we used to play this game. B, the game itself. You guys are freaking amazing. We even now have a Nintendo Switch thanks to you guys. So big thank you to you guys. You guys are the MVPs. You guys truly are the MVPs. And if any of you guys have Warcraft 3, we're going to go play a quick game now, co-op. We're going to be co-oping Super Smash Brothers soon. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll figure out what we're playing next Saturday. But tomorrow we're playing Resident Evil 2 Remake. We're getting ready for a big year. We're getting ready for a big year. And also there will be anime reactions coming out very soon on the Patreon. We've got all those abridged reactions that have been uploaded, but anime reactions are coming now. I've gone through the backlog, so I can now just upload all the videos on YouTube. And if they can't make it on YouTube, I'll just put them on the Patreon. Hachan will be reacting to some anime, and I'll post some of those videos on my Patreon too. And I'll be reacting to some anime and posting it on the Patreon. So thank you guys. Like, you guys are just freaking amazing. You guys are amazing. Big year ahead of us. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it. We're wrapping this one up, and in about 20 minutes, we're going to start the Warcraft 3 co-op. So if you're around in 20 minutes and have Warcraft 3 Reforged, join me for that. For you guys watching the replay, it's probably going to be taken down, and this is probably edited up into separate videos. So I hope to see you on one of the later live streams, so you can hopefully see it uncut, uncensored, and live. If this hasn't been taken down, woohoo, but chances are it will be. So thanks for coming, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. And you guys that want to play Warcraft 3, I'll see you in 20 minutes. Till then, NicoB out. Bye.